Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome. We're very grateful that you're here today. We also have about 40 people online, so we'll be interacting with the online audience through some PWare. But yeah, the intention of today is very much a broader capacity building discussion within the context of updating our NDCs. And we'll talk about this in a lot more detail. But as you know, the nationally determined contributions, which are the commitment we make under the Paris Agreement and are effectively our climate goals, are due for an update and submission at COP30 in Brazil next year. And you'll see as we go through this, we at the Presidential Climate Commission think that this is a very important political moment because how this NDC has the potential for us to align around a common vision and common goals. And it also signals to the international community the kinds of support that we will need. And of course, local government plays a tremendously important role in delivering against these goals. And so we have split the session up into a couple of sessions. The first, Rabelani will give us sort of updates on what's happening in local government and climate change support. We will then have some PWare talk a little bit about the background of the NDC. What is it? What's its sort of political heritage? And then I will come back and talk a little bit about then Mandy will come and talk about adaptation more broadly. Then I will come back and talk about mitigation as a whole and what we think could be in the mitigation NDC. And then finally, Kwezi will talk about climate finance and more broadly the means of implementation. What we are hoping to do, and we'll also cover this a little bit later, is create a group of people in each constituency who are thinking about the NDCs, working with your contacts and people within your constituencies, and making strong recommendations around what we could include in the NDC. Because of its importance, we think that it's as important that this is a multi-stakeholder process. And so we're really looking forward to your input. So please keep this quite conversational. We have a relatively small group, so we're happy for you to ask questions as we go along. And particularly if we, as you know, people in the climate change community tend to talk in acronyms. And so if we use acronyms that you're not familiar with, please just interrupt us. Or if we, explain a concept too glibly, please do just jump in. Does that make sense? We're happy with that? Okay, excellent. Thanks. So I probably should have introduced myself. So my name's Steve. I lead the mitigation work within the Presidential Climate Commission, and I'll be sort of facilitating a little bit today. So looking forward to chatting with you. So to kick us off, we've asked Rabelani to give us a quick sort of summary of what's happening in climate change and local government. And so Rabelani is online, so if we can get him up, and then we'll kick off. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Rabelani. You can go.
Thanks a lot, Program Director, for the opportunity to present on what we are doing as SALGA. I'm going to share my presentation. Trying to, see it. Just let me know when you see it through. I will switch off my video as I'm presenting for bandwidth purposes. Unless I can also keep it on, either way. Hope my presentation is visible. I'm Rabelani, as Program Director has introduced me. Rabelani from SALGA. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for environment, climate change, and sustainability. I'm quite happy to be here talking about the NDC and because this is quite a topical topic. We are having this session in the midst of the negotiations, having the technical negotiations having been completed, and us really looking forward for what we will get out of the negotiations. We were informed that financing will be a critical part of COP 29 in Baku, and this is quite critical for us as local government because having a financing that is accessible and not cumbersome to work with is critical for our actions in local government, and also it is critical for strengthening the NDCs. Otherwise, I would like to greet every participant here, all the municipalities, all the colleagues that are here, esteemed guests, all protocols observed. It is my privilege to deliver this presentation at this important local government capacity building workshop. It is really a workshop on focusing on enhancing South Africa's nationally determined contributions for 2035. For us, this gathering reflects our shared commitment to addressing the critical challenges of climate change, with municipalities, of course, playing a critical role in driving the implementation of South Africa's goals. And as SALGA, we are the voice of the 257 municipalities, and we ensure that the interests of municipalities are really well represented and covered through the intergovernmental IGR structures, and ensuring that the capacities for municipalities is enhanced through the local government support strategy that is being revised and reviewed at the moment. So we believe that strengthening municipalities' response in turn will strengthen South Africa's NDC, despite the inadequate human resource capacity and funding in municipalities. Municipalities are doing their best to respond to climate change. And this presentation really is going to be taking you through what we are doing as SALGA to prepare municipalities, working with municipalities to really respond to the climate change crisis and also respond to the requirements of the Climate Change Act. So essentially, this is the work that we have been doing with CSIR as an implementing agent, where we are providing direct technical support to district municipalities. As you know, the Climate Change Act requires district municipalities to have climate change response implementation plans and to really get themselves ready and understand their needs. So this is the process that we are doing as SALGA, where we are reviewing, updating and developing climate change response strategies and plans with districts and their municipalities, local municipalities. We are also integrating these strategies with development plans like your IDP, your SDFs, and all other critical, capital infrastructure investment plans of municipalities, because this is enabling, effective implementation of climate responses at districts and local levels. So we've been quite excited to be working with districts. We have had, a pilot phase of, developing climate action plans with districts where we had 9 district municipalities with their local municipalities developing their climate action plan. And we have been very deliberate. Even if we had CSIR on board, we made sure that municipalities, district municipalities are at the forefront of developing this climate action plan, co-designing them, developing them to ensure ownership and ensuring that as we move along, municipalities are able to defend, these plans, because these plans are quite critical. They are a source of investment for, ambitious actions on adaptation and mitigation. And for it is quite critical for, municipalities themselves to be able to own the process. Despite, this being a pilot, we have learned a lot from it in terms of what is really required in municipalities if we are to prepare ourselves and to ensure contribution to the national process and strengthening the NDC going forward. So there is work really that needs to be done going forward, and we really are looking forward to this happening. In terms of this situation at the moment, we believe strongly as SALGA that the district climate action plans must be, developed, co-designed with municipalities, and they must be, tabled and approved by municipal councils. Hence, we're ensuring that there is co-creation in developing these climate action plans. And we know that there is, challenges in terms of progress with regard to, slowing the alignment of climate change objectives across municipal sectors. And this is, mostly due to limited capacity. We know that municipalities don't really have sufficient capacity to, deal with the climate change issue and address the issue. In most cases, in municipalities, you would find just one person dealing with all issues, planning, all issues, biodiversity, and so on and so forth. You don't really get a specific person that is, looking specifically on climate change. And we are hoping through this, pilot process, we're hoping that the, Climate Change Act, which is yet to be promulgated, will be able to give much more, resources for municipalities to be able to do more, while we are preparing municipalities for, ensuring that they are ready for these processes going forward. So particularly, when it comes to municipalities that are in rural areas, more especially the districts that are in rural areas, it's there is much more hands-on technical support that is required for them to be able to really get these climate action plans developed and comply with the requirements of the Act. We would need to use these actions, these climate actions, as a way to identify actions on the ground, whether this being actions to strengthen resilience of municipalities, actions to really strengthen the adaptation and also reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This will result, of course, into bankable pipeline of projects that would be able to be implemented going forward by municipalities with the support of external funders. We also are well aware that at national level, the climate change response fund is being conceptualized, and we are hoping that this process is going to be able to support more especially the low capacity and rural municipalities that are really to ensure that they are ready. Because the disasters strike more and most of the vulnerable communities that are, really not having the adaptive capacity to adapt from the losses and damages that occurs and reversing the gains that they have. So in terms of the pilot that we have just completed, as I said, when I started, we have got 9 districts, municipalities that we have supported, and we have been, pursuing the one district plan approach to ensure that we have got, seamless coordination at a district level, working with municipalities, and be able to, use the tools that are available, the Green Book and other tools, Let's Respond Toolkit, to ensure that those actions are actions that are informed by data and are able to really be effective and impactful as we go along. So given the fact that these are the first generation CAPs in terms of district municipality, we really are quite excited of the lessons that we have learned so far. And as we, start to prepare ourselves to roll out a wider, a program that touches all other districts, we're looking at targeting all 44 district municipalities. So as we, roll this up, we would be taking all the lessons that we have learned and ensuring that these municipalities, district municipalities with their locals are ready for, the requirements of the Climate Change Act going forward. So the tools that we have developed from the process are the tools that we're going to be using with our district municipalities on this. And talking about these district municipalities and their locals, this slide is just to show you these districts that we have worked with across all 9 provinces, really, and also their locals. And what we realized from this exercise, it's the fact that municipalities, if well capacitated and well resourced, willing and able to take ownership of plans that get developed and really get excited about it to ensure that they make a difference to their own communities. So this is what we got, and it of course highlighted many challenges that districts are facing with their municipalities, and those will be able to take up as we go along. So this is the list of districts and also provinces that we've targeted. In terms of the methodology that we have followed, and as I said, CSIR was the implementing agent when it comes to this pilot phase, and we then, to effectively support municipalities in developing and implementing their climate action plans, we focus on several key areas. Firstly, the review and assessment of the response strategies that are existing in municipalities, and most of them were already outdated. So we had to review, assess, and check what the gaps are, and we developed a robust criteria for evaluating these existing plans that district municipalities already have. We use tools, as I said, as the climate action barometer, and these are various resources from the Let's Respond toolkit that we as SALGA developed together with DFFE and other partners, the C40 guidelines and the resources, so that we can then be able to customize this process and adapt it to a South African content and context. So this process included collecting and comparing past and current data to produce a comprehensive status report that informs the way forward. So in terms of data and updating the data, because we had templates that we have developed that municipalities were able to complete. What we realized is that municipalities require accurate and up-to-date information. We have used the Green Book for municipalities to really assess and access data relevant to their district. But we really are emphasizing the updating of these risks and vulnerability assessments to ensure that the data that districts use is recent data. We know that climate change has been negatively affecting municipalities, resulting in the destructions of infrastructure, destructions of and loss of lives as well. So we want as much as possible data that is up to date, that we could then be able to use. That could even be as downscaled as at what level kind of downscaled data, that when actions are developed, those actions are really evidence-based and are talking to the resolving and beefing up infrastructure on the ground to ensure that municipalities are able to not lose the gains that they have in terms of building better going forward. So this is quite critical. We've been using the Green Book, and as SALGA, we're already interacting and engaging with other stakeholders to ensure that we have much more data that municipalities can use. for this process. We've had engagements with the likes of SANSA and all other data providers, so that we can be able to get recent and up-to-date data, not only on adaptation, but also on mitigation, so that actions that we're able to get are, actions that have, mitigation benefits and also adaptation benefits. So in terms of capacity building, this is another critical pillar that this work looked at, where we provided training to municipalities on how to review, how to update, and how to implement their response strategies. This included equipping officials, on the skills, and also ensuring that the risk profiling to strengthen their technical capabilities are done. And we had CSR, capacitated in terms of the use of the Green Book, for example, how to access data, how to access information, and districts were able to do that themselves and be able to update their own plans. We also prioritized, the understanding of the just transition, and this is we have done through practical training sessions, through dialogues, that really aims at a common understanding, fostering common understanding on just transition and its implications, and to ensure that as these plans are being developed, co-created, we don't leave anyone behind. They become inclusive and they become just as we go along. In terms of the technical support that we are providing, we think it's ensuring municipalities to be able to build confidence in their own abilities to sustainably do this work themselves, and ensuring that we have champions at district levels who are able to champion this work going forward. So in all these efforts, we prioritize, of course, scalability and sustainability, ensuring that the tools, processes, and outputs that we are developing are expanded to other municipalities and maintained in the long run. So that is the whole point for us, to ensure that this gets scaled up to other districts as we take these lessons from this process. And in terms of the overview of the analysis framework, this process resulted into an assessment framework that was developed to assess the existing climate change response strategies that municipalities have, so that we can be able to determine the gaps and be able to ensure that as this get updated, we are able to have information that is credible, and municipalities are able to have actions that backed by evidence. So the analysis framework for these climate action plans establishes a clear foundation for evaluating and updating municipal climate strategies. It begins by clarifying key definitions, distinguishing really between response plans, climate action plans, and ensuring alignment with the Climate Change Act. And as I said, tools such as the Let's Respond Toolkit provide really practical guidance for integrating climate change objectives into municipal planning. And the framework that was developed incorporates the development and scoring criteria to assess the effectiveness and alignment of these existing plans with national and climate priorities. And we have managed to do this in action, ensuring that the analysis framework is really enabling municipalities to systematically evaluate their current strategies, identifying gaps and prioritizing interventions. So municipalities were quite excited about these particular exercises that we have done with them. It was clear, of course, that there was a glaring lack of human resource capacity at municipal level, and it is something that, as DFF is developing guidelines, it is something that we're hoping it will be addressed, so that municipalities can be able to continue with this work, ensuring that it results into bankable project concepts, bankable pre-feasibility studies, projects that are fundable, and ensuring that work gets done as we go along. So these are some of the building blocks. I've talked about this already, that we've used the Green Book, the C40 materials, local government support program information, etc., so that we can be able to come up with this. And this is the assessment framework, some of the questions that we have asked that municipalities were able to respond to, and that was us that then assisted us as we beef up their climate action plans. So and also the training template that we used, we had to have a number of sessions where we had online training sessions where we outlined what we intended to do with this particular work, and really had a deep dive on the exercises that needed to be done, and for municipalities to take those as work to be done and be able to come back to us in an in-person engagement, report on the work that they've done, the data that they managed to gather, the gaps, and we're taking that as work in progress, because it's not going to be complete and it's not going to be the best at first, but these are first generational pilot processes that we're going to be having going forward, which would really assist at a national level to have solid and reliable information from districts and from local municipalities that these climate action plans will be able to have. And in terms of the districts, as I said, this is just the map that shows those districts that we've targeted. And we intend to cover all 44 districts across the country. And we're not going to be doing this working alone. We will be working with partners. We've already, we are working with CSIR on this. We'll be working with other partners. DFFE have been part of this in terms of strengthening the climate change mitigation component of these climate action plans, and other partners that would be assisting us in this going forward, because it would need collaborative effort. It's a mammoth task, but it's work that when you do, you realize that there is a lot of impact, and really it's a game changer going forward. So this is just an example of some of the climate action plans that have been developed by municipalities, co-designed and co-owned by the municipalities. We had Fazile David District, for example, that has developed this climate action plan with its own local municipalities. We had Mopane District, we had Nkangala. Some of these really are producing champions at district level that are willing to interact with other districts, with other municipalities, to really take some of these lessons learned to them and do some amazing work as we go along to traveling or traversing this journey. OR Tambo as well, we also had a number of days, Sol Plaki, and so on and so forth. So as I said, when I'm about to move towards the conclusion, but as I said when I started, this process came with a lot of lessons that we've learned and collated. The bigger one, as I've already said, is the limited financial resources that we picked up at this district and municipal level. Budget constraints, as we know, municipalities lack funds to prioritize climate action planning. This has been an unfunded mandate for a very long time. And it needs to urgently be addressed. And the issue of access to funding has come very strongly throughout this process, because even though there may be some funding in terms of JEF, GCF, but accessing those funds on the ground by municipality remains a challenge. And I know with the negotiations going on in Baku, the issue of collective quantified a goal on climate finance is becoming very thorny. How do we as municipalities, have funding that can be easily accessible and be able to do, and some of the pipeline projects that are on the ground? That has come as a big thing, and also ensuring that we at district level, climate change has to be treated as a service delivery priority. It has to be mainstreamed through climate change, through developmental processes, your IDP, your SDBIPs, your budgetary capital infrastructure plans, and so on and so forth. And there is always a clear need for a project preparatory facility that would be needed, that municipalities can be able to tap in, that is quite easy to access, transparent, open, clear, and then it can easily be, hosted by anyone, but it must be well communicated and clearly articulated. That would assist also municipalities to, be able to know how to complete something such as, proposals for financing or for funding, pre-feasibility studies, concepts, and so on and so forth. That is a process that would need to be required for this process to go along. And we're hoping that as there is this grace period for climate action plan, now we were informed by some of the legal experts in one of our engagements that the climate action plan, it's only going to come into effect, not immediately, but there will be time provided so that there is readiness in this process. So this is one of the issues that will be critical. Inadequate technical capacity, I've already talked about this. There are, inadequate expertise, limited expertise in, for example, climate science, understanding the risks and vulnerabilities, risks assessments, greenhouse gas inventories. So we would need to work collectively with various stakeholders, including DFFE, which have already started working together on the climate change mitigation, capacity building that we are trying to design together to be able to take this and close some of these gaps. And the peer-to-peer learning, knowledge exchange will also be very, very crucial. Where municipalities that are forerunners in the forefront will be able to share their lessons and expertise as we go along to close some of these gaps. The data challenges have been quite clear, and this is going to be critical for robust NDC because you need, updated data, which is quite, well informed by, data that has been updated on the ground, be it the greenhouse gas inventory information for local authorities or district municipalities, be it the risk and vulnerabilities, but you need that centralized data platform for you to do that. And the issue of poor institutional coordination, and I think the main excitement and that we're looking forward to is for this piece of legislation, the Climate Change Act, to really ensure that there is coherent, solid institutional framework. We know that district municipalities are expected to have, a climate change forum, and also the metros and so on and so forth, reporting to provinces and also at national level. So there is currently lack of alignment between level of government on this in terms of also the climate change goals. We need to strengthen this through our intergovernmental coordination that we participate in as SALGA. There's also limited awareness on climate change itself that may not be seen in some instances as an immediate concern compared to other socioeconomic challenges. And then we're saying climate change is a developmental issue, and it has to be treated as a service delivery issue going forward. Also, the budget decision-making process should, take into account climate change lens as all decisions are being made. That should be ensuring that at least there is no losses of gains that can be done through the infrastructure that would be created in municipalities, and in some instances are more prioritizing of the short-term economic development over long-term resilience. And the climate change action plan will assist us in these processes. As I wrap up, it's quite clear that we would need to really mobilize. We'll need to mobilize and ensure that all partners are on board when it comes to the work that we are doing at the moment. It's critical. It's not work that a SALGA can be able to do alone. It's quite demanding work. It's a mammoth task. So the next steps really is to focus on mobilizing partners to collaborate in developing climate action plans, to emphasize that this is a joint and collaborative effort, and we need to scale up these plans, and requiring also the bottom-up approach, working with all partners, on the ground, all stakeholders, civil society, businesses, government sectors, private sector, labor, and all other partners that are quite critical in getting this done. Additionally, there is a need to strengthen the mitigation component of these climate action plans to align with the national and global climate targets, and also securing that these climate action plans are approved by councils. This is quite essential as we go along, so that this then can be implemented. Going forward, municipalities must really prioritize building capacity and fostering leadership by empowering climate change champions. And this process has already, really started doing exactly that. These champions are quite instrumental in driving action and collaboration, leveraging from peer-to-peer platforms that SALGA has been hosting for our districts and our municipalities to share best practices and also innovative solutions for effective climate response. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rabelani. That's an exciting program, and consider us mobilized as a partner, and the PCC will be very happy to support you in this program. And I think there's quite a lot of overlap between what Rabelani presented now, the responsibilities that you have as local government more broadly, with what we're going to be discussing today. So even though we're focused on the NDCs more specifically, we will also have the opportunity to talk about adaptation more broadly and mitigation more broadly, and what that means for local governments. And I think critically, the slides that Rabelani put up around the requirements, capacity building, and finance are encapsulated in the last session, which is around the means of implementation. And so we can start to kind of hypothesize around what kind of support that we need. And then Rabelani, thank you. There's already some very useful information for us as we put together our NDC response. And so we will carefully note some of the points that you made. So it's quite a busy program, so we're gonna jump right in, and as I said, we're gonna kick off with Simpiwe talking a little bit about the NDC and then what it is, and then just a last thanks to Rabelani and to SALGA in particular, both for all the work that you're doing and for the support of this event that we've organized today. So thanks everybody.
Morning, everyone. Hello. It's working now. As Steve has said, my name is Simpiwe Ngwenya, and I'm a senior manager in the mitigation team of the Presidential Climate Commission. And my presentation is going to be providing an overview of the process and of the NDC process that we're embarking on, as well as an overview of the NDCs themselves and how they fit into the local and international policy landscape. I am going to try and, really touch on the important points. And at the end, there will be time for a Q&A. Okay, that's the agenda. All right, cool. So maybe just to get started with regards to the NDC process. In the last round of NDCs that we submitted in 2021, the PCC was really influential in providing support in the update of the NDCs for the periods for the 2025 period as well as the 2030 period. And we did this through commissioning research by UCT and ESRG, as well as collating the research of others. At the time, there was the NBA Pathways work had been published, as well as the CSIR Meridian modeling reports on power had been out. So we collated existing research in addition to our research, and we convened a series of public dialogues with stakeholders to discuss the NDC target ranges and try and forge consensus with regards to the target ranges that would be submitted. And this was all done with the aim of providing input into the DFFE, the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment process. And maybe this is the point I need to stress. It is the DFFE that are responsible for updating the NDC and submitting the NDC and tabling it for discussion at COP. And the PCC are in the process of capacitating stakeholders so that they are able to understand the NDCs and provide inputs into the DFFE process, but also capacitate stakeholders and use these sessions towards the consultation rounds where we are going to be taking inputs and trying to forge consensus as to what the NDC target ranges would be for 2035. So this is the PCC and DFFE processes are separate processes, but we are how we've structured the NDC process is that it is supportive to the DFFE process. And one of the other things important about the NDC submission is that it has to. We're often speaking about the green. The target ranges for the emissions, the upper bound and the lower bound, but an NDC has to cover both adaptation. It has to cover adaptation, mitigation, and means of implementation. And what we mean by means of implementation, it is the climate finance aspect, and it's not only the climate finance, it's actually enabling, adaptation, resilience, and mitigation response. So this includes climate finance, it includes capacity building, it includes, some technology and innovation in there. And what is encapsulated in all these different components are the just transition elements. It's important, we have not stated them, explicitly here, but each of the adaptation components is really incorporative of the just transition elements and considering issues such as gender inequality, considering issues such as inequality, unemployment, and poverty as a whole. Okay, so this slide is an overview of the process. The process is framed in 4 phases. The first phase includes the research and communications and putting together the information that would be used and circulated to stakeholders for the for the NDC capacity building sessions as well as the stakeholder engagement sessions. Some of these documents, especially the FAQs, are documents that are dynamic. We're in the process of compiling them as we consult and as you raise your questions, and we will circulate as soon as we've got a decent working draft, emphasis on draft, to circulate to stakeholders. We're currently in the second phase of the capacity building phase. So some of these phases overlap. This is why we're having this session today. There's going to be a lot of information. Steve has mentioned that. Even Rabelani has made a presentation with regards to the role of municipalities and the importance of climate action plan. But really, it's all with the intention of capacitating everyone in the room. But part of the capacitation is not only capacitating yourselves, but also, for us to learn from yourselves as well, and also receive some information in terms of how we're framing the preliminary research and findings of the NDCs. And then the third phase is going to take place next year. It's going to take place next year from December to March. And this is the phase for stakeholder engagement and consultation. So this phase is where we are going to be consulting all stakeholders as to what should be contained in the NDCs. And this is part of the reports that we would be submitting. The thinking is that we are going to have 3 reports. We will have a report, a technical report, really summarizing each of the components of the NDCs, and a commissioner recommendations report that would be submitted to the Minister of the DFFE. So we would then be consulting on those reports. And then, so the 4th phase is about drafting the reports and, incorporating the views of stakeholders within each of the reports. The draft reports would be circulated to stakeholders ahead of the national colloquium, or ahead of the national colloquium and the post submission phase. So let me just sum this up. We're in the capacity building phase right now. We will have a stakeholder consultation phase that happens in January. Following that, we will have a post draft submission webinars that will take place online, and or a colloquium where we get all the stakeholders in the room and actually talk in a space where we're now listening to all stakeholders with regards to their views. And we will be putting together a stakeholder recommendations report along with the two reports I mentioned that would encapsulate the views of all stakeholders. This is all the social partners of the PCC. And so the DFFE process is envisioned to begin in April onwards. So the process will really support and build on the DFFE process. Okay, so moving on to net zero and a quick refresh on net zero. So we often speak about the term net zero, and our NDC target range, especially in terms of mitigation, should be supportive of how we are going to reach net zero by 2050. And net zero is really net zero anthropogenic or human-made carbon emissions that are emitted into the atmosphere by 2050. So this graph is actually just to basically, it's an indication of the modeling that has taken place, the various modelings. There are different model runs. The small grey lines, the faint grey lines are the different model runs with different assumptions, and the darker lines like P1 and P2 and P3 are aggregations of the different model runs. And these model runs are actually basically showing us that in order for us, so this slide is actually showing us that in order for us to achieve a 66% chance of avoiding a 1.5 degree temperature increase by 2050, we would need to ensure a reduction of the emissions as per the modeled results that are shown here. But what is important here is that this is a 66% chance. So these pathways are actually, there is conservatism in the modeling that is here. And as I said, the darker lines are an aggregate of each of the modeled runs, and so we reach net zero around 2050. Most of the model runs reach net zero around 2050, and below that, this is the negative emissions are an indication of how much emissions we would have to remove from the atmosphere. So an idealized pathway for us would be the P1 pathway, because it's got less, you are removing less emissions from the atmosphere. And how we remove emissions from the atmosphere is through sometimes artificial or technologies such as carbon capture and storage. And that technology is currently, in its nascent phases. It's expensive, and an ideal situation is one where we are not relying on technology that would increase our mitigation costs. And this graph specifically is for carbon dioxide. So these are carbon dioxide emissions, and there are other greenhouse gases such as methane and nitrous oxide emissions, but this graph specifically speaks about anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions. Okay, so the aim of this slide is really to show that different sectors, all sectors, would need to contribute towards our global greenhouse gas emissions, and especially our local greenhouse gas emissions. But sectors reach net zero at a different pace, and this is all dependent on the technology maturity. So, for example, the power sector reaches net zero quicker than the transport sector and the transport industry and building sector. And this is all because the technology to reduce these emissions is available. But also, the power sector is actually also the largest contributor of emissions globally. Sure. Okay, sure. So I've spoken, just to summarize, I spoke about the process of the NDCs in that we're supportive, where we're going to be making submissions to the DFFE, provided some context of net zero. And now, what is an NDC and how does it fit into the climate regulation? So the basically at each COP, there are key messages that come out from each COP. And this slide actually shows basically the evolution of COP and, our commitments locally and even internationally. One of the key points is the COP3 in Kyoto, where a top-down compliance and regulated approach was adopted by a few countries. This is through the Kyoto Protocol. So this mechanism to reduce greenhouse gas emissions was a top-down approach and very regulated. And so only a few developed countries approached this. And then moving on to COP15 in Copenhagen, the discussion really was evolving and changed in that the commitments made through the Kyoto Protocol, where only a few countries, agreed to reduce their emissions, would be insufficient to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to levels that are required to sustain a 1.5 or temperature increases that would sustain human life. And then at COP15 at the Paris, the thinking shifted and the ethos shifted towards a bottom-up approach. This was now a voluntary bottom-up approach, and these were the nationally determined contributions. So the difference between this and the Kyoto is that everyone could get involved in terms of how they would reduce their emissions, and the ambition would be to limit greenhouse gas emissions to well below 2 degrees Celsius, but pursue a 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature limit. And then all countries would, most countries or all countries would then, be a part of the Paris. The only thing to note about the Paris is that, the commitments that countries are submitting are in line with their ambition. And so it's important that the NDCs submitted are aligned with science. And so the COP at Glasgow, COP 2016, South Africa submitted their nationally determined contributions. And this is linking back to the first slide where I said the PCC was very instrumental and supportive of that round of NDCs. And when we're submitting our NDCs are complemented by a long-term low emissions development strategies, which are economic plans to meet the nationally determined contributions. And then what is important is also the COP at COP28 at the UAE. So how the process, the UNFCCC process works is that you submit an NDC, and then there are an analysis and reflections of the NDCs through a global stocktake. So at the COP28 last year at the United Arab Emirates, the results of the global stocktake were published, and the results actually indicated that the current NDC commitments the current NDC commitments are insufficient for us to reduce global temperature increases to the levels that are required. But also what was noted there is that we have avoided a 4 degrees temperature increase through the commitments made from the NDCs. And so and so the UAE global stocktake actually recommends that more ambitious NDCs are submitted with the 2030 submissions that are aligned with a 1.5 degree temperature increase in terms of limiting global warming. And so, as I said, the next round of NDCs is going to be submitted at COP30, which is the COP that takes place next year in Brazil. Okay. So this is an overview of the context, the local legislation and the international legislation. We've spoken about the Paris Agreement in that, when you are submitting your Paris Agreement, we have to submit it with the nationally determined contributions and the LEDs. And the nationally determined contributions are, the instruments that we as a country articulate how we would contribute to the global share for reducing emissions. But how we actually, reduce or ensure that we are meeting our NDCs is through our national and local policies. So policies such as the Climate Change Act are really critical. But the Climate Change Act is really given birth by the National Development Plan, the National Environmental Management Act, as well as other national climate policy and even environmental policies. And the Climate Change Act, Rabelani has touched on it. It really it establishes the PCC as a statutory entity, a legal government entity. It requires government departments to develop climate change adaptation plans. And what it does, what is important, is that it enables the mitigation system. And the mitigation system includes the greenhouse gas emissions trajectory, the NDCs, the greenhouse gas projects and the greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and as well as the sets, the sectoral emissions targets. The sets are the instruments that national government uses to map out the pathway, or the national government, the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, DFFE, uses the sets to ensure that we are meeting our carbon budgets in terms of the different sectors. So what the DFFE will do will allocate carbon budgets to the different sectors of the economy. But each sector is required, and in support of the sets, each sector is required to have sector-level policies and measures that enable it to reach the targets contained in the sets, or the carbon budgets contained in the sets. An example of a sector-level policy is the IRP for the energy sector, but the energy sector is not the only sector that is required to contribute towards national greenhouse gas emissions. So the transport sector is also required to do this, as well as mining and agriculture. Okay, and now, so we have an idea of the policy governing our nationally determined contributions and, the mitigations pathway. And now moving on to the Paris Agreement and our NDC submission. The Paris Agreement, Article 4.3 of the Paris, sets out the rules within which we must, adhere to when submitting our NDCs. And the first point is that the NDC has to be progressive, So essentially meaning it must be more ambitious than the previous NDC. It has to be aligned with the requirements of science, notably a 1.5-degree trajectory, and it must represent the country's best efforts, taking into account common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. And so with this, the NDC has to be ambitious. It must align with the requirements of science, but it must also consider that South Africa is an economy that is very carbon intense. It must also consider our local economic conditions, where we have high levels of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And so the triangle at the right is a summary of the thinking towards the NDC, is that so that the NDC must be fair. It has to be scientifically credible. It must be internationally credible, in that the NDC should enable us to continue the submission that we do make. It should enable us to continue to trade globally. It should create an economy that is sustainable in the future, and it should continue to unlock climate finance. But now, when taking, and then it must also be locally credible. It must consider all our unique local conditions. And so the aim of the capacity building sessions is to capacitate stakeholders with the process, but also when we move on to the consultation phase, that is where we actually have a debate and discussions on, what is the most locally credible, or, the balance that we need to reach with our submission of the NDCs. Yeah, thank you. So that's the summary of the NDC overview process, and then we will get into the presentation, the technical presentations afterwards.
Thanks, Mpiwe. Are there any questions at this point? I know we went through that quite quickly, but the basic idea is, the NDC concretizes the goals that we have for the country across adaptation, mitigation, and means of implementation, and that when we present that NDC, it has to be scientifically aligned, it has to be locally credible, it has to be internationally credible, and there's some tension there. the debate in South Africa is not settled, right? What is the pace and scale that we must go at is the fundamental question that we kind of face. So any questions at this point? One here, ma'am, go ahead. If you just introduce yourself quickly, please, T.
Good morning. My name is from the farming community. Mine is not just, but it's a comment. I'm glad that you brought issues of mobilization of engagement processes. I think that's very important because that's where a lot of issues that is referring to in terms of tensions are. There's less understanding of what is it that we're doing up here and how do we take it down. I think that is very important. And for me is to say, as we move to the roadmap of engagement, can we go far to the rural peri-urban areas where it's deeply affected without understanding what is climate change? Thanks.
Yeah. Do you want to respond to that? Which is a comment? Yeah.
I think it's how we engage stakeholders, especially the rural community. So that is something that we have noted. I also just think that Mandy might touch on engagements and how we're supporting rural communities, especially from an adaptation component. But the DFFE, in their process, they will be doing regional consultations. And so there are some overlaps with regards to that engagement. Sure.
Yeah, thanks. But this is the kind of thing that we'll discuss in the next round. So we mentioned that this is a kind of capacity building. In the next round, we have to think about, well, what are the things that we need to do? And one of those things from a procedural justice point of view is include many more people in this conversation. How do we do that? Who do we partner with? What's the role of SALGO? What's the role of local government? I mean, obviously, local government is fundamentally important in that distribution of knowledge. And then how do we afford it? So it's expensive to go and, run these engagement sessions and talk to people and make sure that they're inclusive processes. And so how do we fund and secure that? And that would feed into the means of implementation discussion. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Online.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, so then we're going to jump next to the section on adaptation. So Mandy's going to talk us through some of the adaptation theory and how we need to think about this in regard to the NDC. So thank you, Mandy.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's good to see so many faces in the room, and also welcome to the people online. As mentioned, my name is Mandy Jayakudi, and I work in the adaptation team. And I think this session is particularly important because, local government is at the coalface of dealing with these extreme events, but also it's very important for adaptation. I think Rabelane from SALGO has put out quite a long process, and it's quite an interesting process. And I think that we can actually see how valuable that is as it aligns to the Climate Change Act, but also how it links to what the municipalities might be doing. So you would also know that, mitigation has always taken, or for most part, has taken the limelight in the climate change space. And that, in my view, is because it has been driven by the global agenda. But you will know for Africa and South Africa particularly, and countries, South Africa has a very specific context, because in some instances we fit into that first world, framework, if you can call it. But sometimes, our vulnerabilities, our inequalities is very quite, there's quite a lot of disparity between those. So, so now adaptation is becoming more and more important, and also how we finance this and how we deal with adaptation interventions also is becoming more important. So as Simpiwe has indicated, you will see that sometimes there's an overlap between our presentations, only because we would like to emphasize certain points, but also because when we present it, it makes sense in the line of thinking that we're doing, whether it's mitigation or whether it's adaptation or climate finance. So the point of this discussion, again, is to raise collective awareness, not just your awareness, but also our awareness, and to give us a perspective from the different stakeholder groups. Because you will know, if you're sitting at local government, you have a perspective. When you're sitting at labor, there's a different perspective. And we really need to gather all of those perspectives to be able to put forward solid recommendations that we're taking forward to DFFE. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is, what is climate change? And I think we talk about it quite a lot. And what I'd like to say is that one of the most important and critical things that we need to understand is the link between climate change and GHG emissions. So basically what it is that the more GHG emissions in the atmosphere, the warmer the Earth gets, and this impacts different things. It impacts the amount of rain we get. It impacts extreme events. So there's a number of things that it impacts. So before I go into that also, if there's any questions, and like Steve said, we hope that it would be quite an interactive session. We don't want to put up presentations here without getting perspectives and building our capacity and your capacity. So just please, even online, you need to ask a question, please raise your hand and we will take those questions. So basically climate change is, it's attributed to direct or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, and which, in addition to natural climate variability observed over comparable periods of time. So, the argument against that is that this kind of change in climatic conditions has happened. It happens over and over again in a cyclic way over a number of years. But how is it different this time? And how is human activity actually influencing that? So what human activity has done is that we've pumped large amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which means that our global temperatures now are affected, and that climate change, instead of, it peaks at different levels. So that's very, very important to consider as we move forward. So the next thing I want to talk about is, what is adaptation? And very interesting, as we're putting this presentation together, and something which should have occurred but never occurred to me, is that scientifically, adaptation is when an organism changes to survive its environment. But when we consider what we're trying to do, we're actually trying to change our environment to suit ourselves in most instances. So reflect on that, and maybe that is something that we need to consider as we move forward in our adaptation responses. I think something that Simpiwe has discussed, but I would like to talk about it also, is, she gave you quite a very in-depth overview of the NDCs. I would like to take a snapshot of that, or just an overview to understand, where did it come from and where are we now? So we talked about the Paris Agreement, and the treaty was signed. And when it was ratified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, that when it was ratified, 55% of global emissions was represented in that ratification. And so when the parties signed onto that, they submitted something called the INDCs, which is the intended national contributions. So those INDCs, the first one was the INDC, and then as subsequently, we've submitted it as NDCs. Okay, and what is it actually? So when we know that we've now said we want to reduce emissions, but we haven't said how we do that. It's fine that you sign on a piece of paper, but how do you do that? These NDCs are actually a plan of how the countries that are signed onto that are now going to do that. And one of the areas is mitigation, and the area, as you know, that I'm dealing with is adaptation. What I would also like to say is that these NDCs are plans that are submitted every 5 years. And they consist, like I said, of adaptation and mitigation component. The first one was submitted in 2015. We did a stock take, which also happens in 5-year intervals. The last stock take was undertaken in 2023, which was last year. So what's happening now is that we're preparing these recommendations for DFFE to take forward and to be able to prepare their submission for next year. Okay, that's clear. So also they're country specific, which means they are developed with national capabilities circumstances and priorities in mind. So this is very important. And again, Steve mentioned it. We need to consider our context. We need to consider the resources available and what we are capable of putting forward at a specific time that makes sense for us as a country, but also that makes sense for us to meet our global commitments as we go forward. So it does take a lot of coordination and collaboration to be able to do this. And actually, this is why we are here. Okay. So when we look at global warming, and there are a couple of factors that are influenced by this, I will look at the temperatures, the soil moisture, and precipitation. And you'll see this is a global overview that is provided here. And this particular modeling that is done by the IPCC, and it's done for the period of 2011 to 2020. And it was based on, so the initial modeling was done on a period from 1850 to 1900. And this was the baseline. And the reason they chose this baseline was because it was pre-industrial level, so before industrialization had begun, and they had a good quality of data for them to be able to say, okay, we've got enough information to be able to model. So a lot of the projections undertaken currently are based on those, on that kind of on that model. So also discussions around the 1.5 degree to 2 degree increase are modeled on this, the 1850 and the 1900 baseline and the 2020 comparison. So you will see, if you look at this, that the countries that are most affected is the countries in the mid-latitude and the semi-arid regions, if you look at that diagram. And you can see, as we move into a higher temperature increase, you will see also the temperature obviously increases, and that has certain impacts. The last time the global surface temperature was sustained, as we understand it, at this about 2.5 degrees was 3 million years ago. So there's a lot of uncertainties that we're working with. And the only way that we can project it, to project what is going to happen and how we are going to deal with it, is two ways. We look at historic events, but we also look at projecting or modeling what we think is going to happen based on data that we might have collected. So sometimes the data might not be spot on, but it does give us a good indication of what we can be expected. So the next thing I want to look at, and this is at a global level, as you see, as we progress, we will then look at a regional level. You can also see what this does at a 1.5 and to a 4 degree world, what it does in terms of the soil moisture and what this does to the change of precipitation. So I think the soil moisture is very, very interesting, particularly for our friend from agriculture also. You will see that, so the projections for Africa, if you look at it, there's a kind of central to, I think, Northern Africa there a little bit, that will see kind of higher soil moisture. Sorry, it's the highest wettest days, and the soil moisture also for that region is likely to increase. So when we look at the soil, why is soil moisture important? You'll know that in agriculture and Africa, there's a lot of agriculture, not just commercially, but also subsistence agriculture, which supports African communities and African households. The soil moisture decrease is particularly important, and this is because in that top layer of soil, it's quite nutrient rich. We've got a lot of microbial activities that are happening, which influences the quality of soil. This also influences the drainage of the soil, but also it anchors plants and reduces erosion and also assists with carbon sequestration. So the health of the soil is particularly important as we move forward. So then we look at the impacts of global warming on GDP. And this question was raised, and well, we got this from a study that was undertaken, and they've just put Middle East and Africa together. I'm not sure for what reason, but it does give us an indication of what is likely to happen. And what they've done in this modeling is they've linked the GDP to the temperature increases. And you will see as the region goes to a 2-degree increase, we're now seeing that a minus 14% decrease in GDP, and it increases incrementally. What we've also noticed that a 1% increase in GDP can lead to a 12% reduction in 1% increase in global warming can lead to a 12% reduction in GDP. And you ask yourself, how is GDP impacted when you think about it? Actually, how? And there's a couple of ways. The first one is losses through economic disruptions, damage and extreme events. So you might have a flood that happens somewhere and it damages things. Secondly, you have sectoral vulnerabilities where, for instance, when we talked about agriculture, you're now producing less and that influences the amount of produce that's coming out of that sector. This also, it influences the change of behavior. So people need different products based on what they're experiencing in a certain circumstance. So these products might change. For instance, we might see in Nelson Mandela Bay, they need to pivot the motor industry to be able to speak to the global demand. So things need to change. And lastly, I think it also influences our ability to trade internationally. So if people are putting taxes like the carbon board adjustment mechanism in, how are we responding to it? Because we now, as a carbon intense economy, are not going to be able to trade in those circumstances. So that's where it leaves us. So there's quite significant impacts, and I think this needs to be considered, very strategically as we go forward. Not to say that there aren't any opportunities, but we have to look for those opportunities and intentionally apply them to be able to make use of them. So the next thing we're looking at is, this is another type of modeling that was done, global scenario modeling that was undertaken by the IPCC. And it looked at two things. Firstly, it was the impact of the global emissions on temperature. And these were called the RCP pathways, or the representative concentration pathways. So what this pathway did, it looked at basically how the carbon in the atmosphere impacts the temperature, and they had different scenarios. So those scenarios, what they did is, when we know how much of carbon there is, then we actually know what these temperature impacts are. We can also now project what kind of influence that will have on certain storm surges, what we can expect at certain municipalities given what they've experienced previously. So there's a lot of information that we can get from this. Further to that, you will see that they developed something called the SPP pathways, which is the shared socioeconomic pathways. And these outline if we move in a certain direction in terms of the policy interventions that we put in place, or certain interventions. Sorry, let me just put this one on. Yeah, so it's a policy, international trade. If we look at sustainability, if we look at all of those things, where does it put us and how does this influence climate change? So basically what it is that decisions that we make are going to influence how carbon is emitted, and this is going to influence climate change. So we're finding that you see there's different names for the pathways. The first SPP1 is the sustainability pathway, which is taking the good road. So when we look at this, we need to, the policy needs to be focused on sustainable development. There must be effective international collaboration. So it basically gives you rules for us to be able to get to that pathway. Where we are currently, we would like to be in that pathway, but it looks like the chances of that are very low. Where we currently find ourselves and moving towards is SPP3, which is the regional rivalry or Rocky Road. And this basically is what we're currently doing is our policy is focused on security. We have barriers to international trade. There's high inequality, there's slow economic growth, and low population growth in rich countries, and low population growth in rich countries and higher in other countries. Is there any questions at this point, Simpiwe, from people online? Okay.
We had our first question was from Gordon Lang, and he was asking if there has been any aggregation of the costs of weather, climate change related disasters at district or metro or provincial level. For example, the cost of the weather events in KZN are estimated to be 17 billion, and more recently in the Western Cape is 6 billion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Quiz, sorry, I wanted to ask Quiz if she wanted to weigh in terms of the work the National Treasury is doing in terms of costing what climate change costs the economy. Okay. Sorry, do you want to respond to that?
So Kwesi said she would that section of costing would be covered in the climate finance section. There was also another question from Gordon Lang, and it's relating to the thinking with regards to reducing emissions for the transport sector. So that is something that the mitigation section will definitely go into more detail. We've also got another question. It's a very long question from Futhi Vilakazi. I have asked her to use the Q&A feature, but Futhi, if you are online, we could, I think it might be better for you to ask your question verbally. Hello, Futhi. I don't think she's online. I cannot see her, but we have someone's raised their hands. It's Itumeleng Kamete, so I'm going to let them come through.
Thank you, Simpiwe.
Maybe you can take a few questions in the room whilst Itumeleng.
Yes, we can definitely do that. Are there any questions in the room? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Good. Actually, I want to ask the question regarding the early warning system.
Mm-hmm.
Does the South African Weather Services have that type of, or have they like adapted? I'm not quite sure in terms of the system that they use or the technology. Is their technology advanced to adapt in this current situation when coming to the relevancy of the climate change? And then what does the SALGA, or what SALGA is doing regarding the encroachment of land encroachment next to the river banks, like for an example, Shwetla, and also do they have a budget or a program in terms of clearing drainage system or breaches? You get what I mean, regarding the clogged breaches in terms of the infrastructure, because the responsibilities within the local government as people that are on the ground. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Sorry, you didn't introduce yourself.
My apologies on that note, if you accept it, Madam Chair. My name is Samuel Mashimba. I'm from Tembisa. We do have an NPC called EnviroCare. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Simpiwe, I wonder if Rabelani is online to be able to answer the SALGA question, but I can take the one regarding SAWS. So we've South African Weather Services. So the PCC has recently done some work in that respect. We actually evaluated the infrastructure that they have. And what we found is that there is infrastructure, but actually work needs to be done on that infrastructure, because the way the funding for that infrastructure works, we need to expand it so that we get better data, and that data is informs certain decision making and quickly and rapidly. So there's definitely work that needs to be done there. We have systems in place, but it's not enough to be able to capacitate us fully. So that's where we are.
Futhi is going to come in, and then after that, Rabelani, please be ready to answer the questions relating to SALGA.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the PCC for allowing us this opportunity and to contribute to this engagement. I recently attended a training in Germany on climate negotiations, which was including the NDCs. And it was very difficult to find this information for South Africa, but I was only able to get some information from that training. So if that information can be made easily available, I'm from Umgeni Utugela Water and are very much active in the climate change space. My question is on maybe unpacking some of the specific goals of South Africa on the NDCs. It seems like currently there's more focus on mitigation on the NDCs, and what we've put down is more on changing our form of energy to more of renewable energy, which is all in good. But considering the status of our country in terms of our socioeconomics and the high levels of poverty, which has been highlighted already in this platform, and also the high level of vulnerability of the country to the impacts of climate change with extreme weather events. And we've had a number of events. What has been specified around adaptation? And also, it seems like we're getting more money for mitigation and not much for adaptation. What are the plans for increasing our access to the adaptation finance? And if the loss and damage is already being accessed, is South Africa accessing it? Because we need to really be having some form of funds that are available to respond, especially after these extreme events, which we seem to get on a yearly basis. And lastly, on the fact that climate change is a cross-cutting challenge amongst different sectors, there are links we could be responding together. What is being done to ensure that we practically ensure an integrated response for maximized benefits? Because we need to implement interventions, but these interventions need to be implemented at a large scale. So we can't expect one sector like the environmental sector to implement interventions. What is being done to enable integrated response where we can all contribute to the funding requirements and ensure that there are no trade-offs and there are no duplication of efforts, but then we collaborate and ensure that there is maximized benefits and large-scale implementation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mpiwe. We can take Rabelani if that's okay. Please do come in, Rabelani.
Thank you so much for the question on the situation in Sweta and what SALGA is doing or can do. Indeed, it's a serious situation that is being experienced in that particular area. As SALGA, our job is to lobby and to really ensure that we provide technical support to the work on the ground. We have had engagements with the city of Joburg. We know that there is an exciting work that they are doing with some partners in the area. But what we have realized is it's an issue. It's more to create a space for collaboration between the three metros, Ekurhuleni, City of Tshwane, and Joburg, to ensure that the cross-boundary issues are also addressed. And what we've realized as well is that the issue on the ground has to be addressed with the communities, and it has to be a bottom-up approach for it to work, because there's been a lot of challenges, and there are already also serious socio-economic challenges on the ground. So our intention going forward is to really work with various stakeholders in the area, civil society, city, and all others, to ensure that this particular problem gets resolved as we go along. But as part of the climate action plans that these three metros have, they have a strong element of adaptation and addressing water pollution and all the crises that are there. But it's something that is a work in progress, and we should be able to set up some sort of a process where we involve various stakeholders, including yourselves, to ensure that this problem gets resolved going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rabelani. Futhi, I just want to respond to yours, and I think your comments and your questions. You are spot on your insights and observations of what's happening currently. Mitigation has taken a bulk of the funding, but we're finding that adaptation, not just in the global space, but in South Africa, and the importance it is for South Africa, particularly vulnerable communities, is something that we have to focus on. So as the PCC, what the kind of work we do also is we try to increase our stakeholder participation, but also our partners to be able to understand what's happening in the space so that we are trying to avoid fragmentation. And we found that often, 2 or 3 organizations are working in the same place, doing the same thing, where if there was better communication, we could have done a piece of work and actually built on that work. So that perspective is very, very important. One of the initiatives that we're currently working on is the Climate Change Response Fund, which has a focus on funding adaptation. But you will know that mitigation projects, they have the impression of being very much easier to fund than adaptation projects, because there's a return on investment. Adaptation projects, you need to come up with innovative ways of financing this. And I think that we need to be able to bring in also private sector into the space, and how do we actually make this work? These are conversations that I think Kwezi will also bring in as she talks about the climate finance. I think, that was covered. More of it will be covered by Kwezi. Just one comment on the loss and damage fund. I think that's still in work in progress. But as South Africa, we also want to be ready. Should we be able to be eligible for that finance? How do we ready ourselves so that we can actually access that finance and incorporate it into the interventions that we're currently doing? Okay, so this one, getting back to the presentation, this was a report that was done by the IPCC. And what it said is, imagine if there's 34% reduction in agricultural output, there was a reduction due to climate change. That would be significant, wouldn't it? Also there's reduced income and inequality in African countries compared to the Northern Hemisphere. What happens if there's 3.6 million weather-related displacements? So 3.6 million people are moving because of weather-related events. And there's a -5% impact on GDP per capita for South Africa. So what this report said is that this is not something we need to imagine. This has happened already. But should we proceed in the path that we're currently going, these are the impacts that we're going to find. There's going to be a further 25 to 75% reduction in agricultural output. There's going to be a 50% drop in South African GDP by 2100. And with an increase of 1.7 degrees global warming by 2050, we're going to see 17 to 40 million people migrating internally around sub-Saharan Africa. And as this increases, the more people that migrate is going to increase also. So the next thing we're going to look at is the regional outlooks. So there's 2 diagrams here, and just a bit of a background. This is modeling that was undertaken by the university, by WITS, and they model different scenarios. This is the median scenario. So there's one that's less, and there's one that's more. This is the middle road. So we chose to present this one to you because it is complex, but also, this is most likely we could fall anywhere within that range. So it seemed logical to be able to present this. And what we're finding is that if you look at it, in South Africa, we're going to be looking at between a 2 and a 4 degree increase in temperatures. And you also will see that the heat waves are going to be significantly more. And the average temperature increases will increase to 1.04 to 1.4 degrees. And this has happened in between 1961 to 2015, which is higher than the global average increase. So what happens is South Africa is considered a global hotspot, which means that due to our location and various factors, we actually warm, it's much quicker or not twice as fast, but warmer. We warm warmer than the global average. So if the global average is 1, we warm at 2 degrees. So if the global average is projected at 2 degrees, we are now going to be 4 degrees warmer, which makes it very, very dangerous for ourselves. If we look at the rainfall, you'll also see that we're expecting under any of the modeling, even the low modeling scenarios, we are expecting lower rainfall. There are some models that will have projected that in certain regions there might be higher rainfall, but actually this doesn't assist us. There will be overall lower. South Africa is going to be warmer and warmer and drier as we move forward. And linked to this is the high fire days, so less water, more fires, drier vegetation. There's significant impacts. This affects the ecology, it affects agriculture, and this also affects how communities engage with those ecosystems. In terms of water management and soil management, we talked about the soil management already, and we're expecting drier days. We're also expecting drier soils, which means our agricultural output is going to decrease. There's going to be less water available. And what does this mean for South Africa? Something that we need to consider as we adapt, as we invest money in the correct areas to be able to adapt effectively. So when we look at climate impacts or hazards, there are various hazards that can occur due to climate impacts. And this is just a list of hazards that potentially could affect not only South Africa, but globally. And we need to understand, firstly, what of these hazards are likely to impact South Africa, and then which regions, because South Africa is quite complex. Like most countries, you have different regions that are impacted differently. They have different climates, they have different socioeconomic conditions, they have also different weather conditions and different industries. So we're looking at these. There's a number of hazards: the loss of life and assets due to intense wildfires. We've got loss of asset yield and reduction in contamination due to flooding. We've got heat stress due to urban heat islands. This was also important, the heat stress, particularly with the Labour constituency. I think another piece of work that we've done at the PCC is looking at, with NEDLAC, is looking at the impacts of heat stress and how this will influence Labour and the labour markets. Are we going to be working during hot hours of the day? How does it impact health and wellness? So there's various impacts that we need to look at. So this was very, very interesting. This is a work that's done by WITS, and these are basically what they call tipping points, and this is where we're heading. So the first one is day 0 in Gauteng. So day 0 basically means we're not going to have any water available in Gauteng. The second is collapse of the maize crop in sub-Saharan Africa. And this has a huge impact on not just only the GDP, not just only food security, but also in terms of vulnerable communities and subsistence farmers in specific areas. And then thirdly is category 4 or 5 cyclones, which make a landfall on the southern African east coast. We've seen some of this already in Nelson Mandela Bay. We've seen it in eThekwini, where year on year, we are finding that these areas are hit by these events. So this is very, very important. I think it's quite a complex slide, but basically what it shows is that firstly, if you look at the x-axis, it shows IPCC, the report that was engaged. It looks at 2030 as a target, and then it looks at 2050 as being net zero. But basically what it is saying is that our gap or our window of opportunity for intervention is now. Once that window of opportunity closes, our ability to adapt is going to become more difficult, and the cost with adaptation is also going to become more costly. So these are things that we need to consider now. We also, it provides, you'll see on the side of the y-axis, you've got conditions that enable individual and collective actions, and this is inclusive government. It's some of the stuff that Futhi, alluded to, where it's where we're actually acting together. We're looking at the finance and the innovation that's needed. And then there's also conditions that constrain individual and collective actions. So the point of this slide basically is that we need to be able to act now and appropriately. So the summary of the last NDC, what this slide shows is that it shows the focus areas that were covered under adaptation nationally determined contributions. So it gives you a list of focus areas, one of which is national circumstances, institutional arrangements, and legal frameworks. And on the other column, which says goal, it basically gives you a goal under that focus area. So it just gives you almost an outline of what this NDC that we submitted looked like. And this is basically a summary of it. So what this NDC said, Futi, I think this also responds to some of the, the comments that you made. It looked at South Africa wanting to keep global warming to 1.5 and achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050. It also looks at the international frameworks and our South Africa wanting to be able to align to those. The NDC also aligned to the National Climate Adaptation Strategy. It aimed at producing collaboration between the various stakeholders. It highlighted the need for grant-based funding. And I think Kwezi and Deepak might speak to this also as we talk to the climate finance side of stuff. It also emphasizes the need to leverage private sector investment into not only mitigation, but adaptation efforts, because really the government balance sheets cannot shoulder the burden of this by themselves. And also lastly, it looked at tracking and monitoring progress and ensuring accountability. So then we looked at the Climate Change Act. And what we said is, how does it align to the NDCs and make sure that the recommendations that we make going forward are aligned to those? It promotes formalization of adaptation responses. And you will see if you've read the Act that it has a strong focus on capacitating governments in specific ways. It also looks at scenario planning to assist with planning and resourcing. It promotes coordination between different levels of government. And one of the speakers who came into the last session actually mentioned that sometimes you have local government, but provincial government finds that often they're left out in terms of the financing for certain things. It also allows for sectorial interventions, particularly for vulnerable sectors. And again, I'll mention that certain sectors are more vulnerable in certain regions. So there are a number of variables that you need to consider. So almost one plan does not always suit everyone. It really has to be tailored for specific regions. It also encourages the mainstreaming of climate adaptation through policy and planning interventions. It facilitates effective resourcing for the establishment of financial mechanisms, and one of which is the Just Transition Financing Mechanism, as well as the Climate Change Response Fund. It encourages stakeholder engagement, and this is exactly what we're doing, engaging and being able to tap not only into local knowledge, but also specific knowledge in terms of where you sit at a specific government level, what you're dealing with, and those intersections. It supports international obligations, like we said previously, but it also establishes mechanisms for tracking and monitoring progress. So I think this one's very important. And, our colleague from Tembisa, when we look at resilience speaks to adaptation, but it also speaks to mitigation in certain instances. And when we look at adaptation, there's certain elements that we look at. Firstly is anticipation. So what do we do in anticipation is we look at scenario development and modeling, and this is exactly what a lot of these models have done. He's looking at historic data and also modeling those based, to give us future projections to say, what is it likely that we're going to experience and how is it possible? That will help us inform how is it possible for us to react. The next one is early warning systems and outreach. If we have the correct early warning systems, we might not be able to cause less impact on infrastructure, but we might be able to save lives. And one of the examples is in Quarry Road in Durban, where they had, I believe they had the community had a community-based system, early warning system, where they had different lines that they had marked on a bridge. And as they reached certain levels, the community had mobilized according to that. At certain point, they moved out. And although their belongings might have been lost, no lives were lost. So those kind of things, mobilizing community, understanding what works for them and understanding what they're experiencing is very important in anticipating impacts. Secondly is adaptation. There's two types. There's autonomous adaptation, which basically looks at, it's stuff that you do and you don't know you're doing, but you're adapting. For instance, in agriculture, you might buy a seed that is more drought resistant. And you do it because you're finding that the seeds that you use are not working. And then these need to be made more accessible, and people need to be aware of what's happening so that this autonomous adaptation actually happens more seamlessly. And then there's planned adaptation, and this is the space as municipalities, but also as the PCC in kind of government levels, that we anticipate what's going to happen. How do we, if there's a flood in a certain area, and we've seen this from municipalities, there's a flood in a certain area, all the infrastructure is damaged, but what happens next year is we put the infrastructure back where it was, the flood comes back, and again, we're sitting with insurance that is not going to pay for that anymore, and there's no way for us to be able to replace that. And thirdly is recovery, so it's disaster management, emergency response, and rebuilding. We talked about rebuilding. How do we rebuild better, or build back better if these disasters happen? And how do we get the financing to do that? Emergency response. When people have been, when they're living in formal settlements and their houses have been washed away, how do we respond to this? Where do they get placed in the interim, and how long does that placement last? And how do we get them back onto their feet, but also understanding that that looks at also the livelihoods. If people have lost their livelihoods, how do we assist them in getting back onto their feet? And then disaster management. And I think the National Disaster Management Center is doing a lot of work in this area. And again, there needs to be less fragmentation so that people actually know where their roles are when these disasters happen, so that we can, respond effectively. One of the things that kept coming up in many of the conversations is that there might be money available to respond to this, but the response is slow. So we need to understand how we create that rapid response to be able to effectively respond. When you look at this, if we spend money on anticipation and adaptation, what it does, it actually saves lives in the recovery space, but it also means that we're spending less money is lost through loss and damage. So again, how we strategically position our financing, but also the interventions, considering vulnerabilities, where can I put money that gives quite a high impact, but also, what is the expected return on that? I think that's the last slide for me, and I will take questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got two questions, or questions from two individuals. Gordon Lang, can you please come in and ask your questions? He's got 3 questions in the chat, but the question speaking about avoid, shift, and improve measures, I think those are better suited for the discussion on mitigation, because Steve will have a discussion on that and touching on the transport sector. But you can come in. We've also got a question from Sheena Ruth. It's very long, so it's better for them to speak to their questions rather than me reading it.
Do we want to take Gordon first, or are you saying that we will wait for Gordon to answer his question through mitigation?
He's got several questions.
Okay, Gordon, if you don't mind coming in, please do.
Good morning, everybody. Gordon Lang, and thanks for a really, really important conversation, massively important conversation going forward. I think there's 2 things that I was just thinking about in the conversation. The first is in the IPCC, they speak about avoid, shift, and improve, and it really does talk to the adaptation side of things. With avoid and shift enabling up to 60% of the GHG emissions reductions in any sector, and we're often stuck in the improve side, which is the technological solutions to reducing GHG emissions. And I'm speaking now particularly with the transport or access to opportunity sort of cap on. And we talk about green transport, where in many ways, if we broaden the conversation beyond green transport, which is the shifting of the power systems from IC internal combustion to clean alternate energy sources, to reducing the need to travel, which is the avoid aspects of the conversation, and then the shift is changing modes to public transport, walking and cycling. In the transport sector, that reduces the emissions significantly, but they're often not considered as part of the emissions because we're actually taking travel out. So it's the reduction of vehicle kilometers traveled by individuals and by goods that are critical in the conversation. But the problem is that that's a land use, urban planning, human settlements conversation. And we often in the transport sector, we're not having that integrated conversation or integrative conversation at many levels. So I'm just wondering how we could really pick this up and drive a conversation that actually really starts integrating this. And I think you did touch on it earlier on in terms of both speakers have touched on it earlier on at many levels. That then leads to the conversation about adaptation, because the avoid and shift, although they might be more expensive in the short term, in the longer term, if that approach is used properly, will reduce the cost of the recovery that is so important. And you know, we can go and build, I'll take an example as a storyline, is that you can build a very tall bridge that all the floods go under. Costs a massive amount of money, because you don't want the trees to hit the piers so that the bridge then becomes a dam wall like happened in KZN. Maybe a solution is to build a much lower bridge that the trees can go over the top of if there is a flood, and you accept that you've lost the ability to travel along that route for a day or two while the flood is there, but you actually have released funds to do all sorts of things in other areas, in urban areas and that sort of thing. And the avoiding side of things looks to far greater densification and mixed use planning for urban settlements, which reduces the cost to the population. So the social benefit is massive and the economic benefit is massive. And I don't think we're having those conversations. And this is why I chose this particular group to be in, because in the land use and planning settlement, that's the urban settlements, that's the local government area that we really need to think about. So that really is just a summary of the two questions that I asked in the Q&A. Thanks.
Okay, can I respond? Okay, I think Steve is going to come in later where he talks about the land use and planning, and some of the things that he brings into the conversation are not only shocking, but they're going to require a significant shift in thinking by South Africans and what we think we want through these processes for us to be able to be a sustainable society. I think there's significant land use changes that need to happen, but I'm going to leave that. Steve has a very, very good way of putting it. So I'm going to leave that one to Steve. Steve, in terms of the transports, is that you, Gordon?
No, that's me again. Maybe just
Go ahead.
to add into that, if we're looking at the change in urban form, that speaks the other part of that conversation. If we're doing adaptation properly, we're actually addressing the socially just and the just transition massively as well, because our settlements are massively unjust and inequitable at the moment. So it's not just the climate conversation that's happening, but it's how we're creating a far broader just transition for South Africa, which speaks directly to the Constitution and the NDC as well, and the NDP, not the NDCs. The NDCs will be a side benefit out of it, but the NDP would be the massive, you know, the real beneficiary coming out of that at many levels. Sorry, I interrupted there, but I think it was just an important thing to bring in. Yeah.
Not at all. Thank you for that point. It will be considered as we go forward. I think also what adds to South Africa's complexity is the historic urban planning that we've had due to apartheid. So how do we change that, and how do we actually be more inclusive in the way we actually do urban planning? Simphiwe, do you want to come in regarding the transport, or should we leave that to when Steve comes in with his mitigation stuff?
I think let's do that. So he raises important points about the avoid, shift, and improve in the technological innovations. But let's focus the discussion a bit. So Sheena's going to come in.
Okay, Gordon, I think Steve will handle that in his mitigation talk. Sheena, please do come in.
Thank you, Mandy, and thank you for your presentation. This might also be more attributable to Steve's, what Steve's going to say, but from a human settlements and planning perspective.
Hi, Sheena, you still there? We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
So the inaction of other government departments, so where we're dependent on other government departments, for example, to transfer land or to act against unlawful invasions that are threatening large tracts of critical biodiversity, and then also release land to move people to those who are in floodplains and wetlands that always flood. So it's every disaster, we're always dealing with the same issues there. So my question is, how are government departments being engaged to understand how their actions or inactions are contributing to difficulties adapting at local level? Is there a plan? Is there something happening? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Shena. Steve, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll get into more of this detail on the mitigation side as we go through my slides. But I think the points that have been raised and we're finding in our work, because it's increasingly difficult to separate out mitigation and adaptation. They kind of interact with each other. And so, yeah, some of what Gordon was saying is mitigation, but it's actually a lot of it's adaptation as well, which I think was his point. And then, yeah, to this current question, I think the key message is particularly for government response is that it needs to be an all-of-government response. And so we have to work out how we're going to structure these interactions. And we are doing some work to try to look at that. So the adaptation program, for example, has a built environment focus area. And you know, a lot of these spatial planning issues come out there. But we find that in all of the work, this kind of spatial planning interaction with other spatial planners, both at a sort of national, provincial, and local level, is becoming a key theme, and one that we worry about as a PCC. So in the sort of realm of options, you know, that we have, things that require huge amounts of collaboration and things that require huge amounts of behavior change are the hardest ones to implement, you know. And so we're kind of hearing the feedback here that we need more focus on these kinds of collaborative efforts around the built environment and spatial planning.
Thank you, Steve. Shena, I also want to comment. I think we've had this discussion before, yourself and I, where climate change doesn't have any boundaries. And what do we do within neighboring municipalities? Maybe the first interaction needs to happen between those neighboring municipalities, because you'll find that this might assist in not only collaboration, but in response measures, but also in pooling finances so that there's a greater good, almost a constructive interference that's happening in those areas. So again, minimizing fragmentation and improving collaboration so that more can be done with less. Thank you. Is there any questions in the room? Yes, please go ahead, sir. Please introduce yourself also.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mnuxele Vimbani from the FFE. I just have an interest in when they were mentioning the net zero or whereby there will be no water in Johannesburg. But what I realized that this is becoming a norm in South Africa, because if you look, Cape Town had the same, Nelson Mandela Bay had the same challenge. What does that mean? It means the government needs to have a response in terms of the population growth. If you're talking about how many dams that were built from 2010 up to now versus the population growth. So those are the challenges that we are facing. So in terms of the PCC, have you ever did the study regarding that? Because now, tomorrow, it will be Eastern Cape, as it happened to city of Cape Town. Because if you remember, if you can check, people are relocating. So it means what? It means high usage of water. So if ever you had 2 dams in Gauteng, now the 2 dams was serving 10 million people. Now the number is doubled, maybe or tripled, 30 million. Now you still have those 2 dams. That's a study that needs to be done by PCC so that it can support the local government. I believe that will play a very good role, because even the study that was done by VETS, is there any other institution that did the study that you used other than VETS? Because if ever you I think if ever you had maybe 5 or 6 studies that was done through something, because that 4 degrees increase, for me, it's a bit of a challenge. Remember, our South African companies are closing down. That means we have unemployment, high unemployment rate, but what is the cause of the increase in terms of temperatures in South Africa? Whereas if you go to China, China is still doing business as usual. Even USA is doing the business as usual. And then the study is, and even if through the statistics that you were raising there, Africa and Middle East, it doesn't say this is a study for Africa, this is a study for Middle East, this is the study for China. But now this thing, it will be Middle East and Africa. Because Africa, we're still far behind in terms of production output. Our GDP is very low compared, if ever, but we are being treated as if we are the first world countries, which are doing business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague from DFFE. I think Steve does address a lot of it in his slides. But yeah, I think also we need to reflect on one of the things where we said migration is going to happen because of climate change, because of not having water or being too hot in certain areas. The other thing is dams. Yes, it might be one intervention, but if we consider just as individuals, if we look at ourselves, how many of us actually consider how much of water we use in a day? If you open the tap, you have water, that's fine. You don't really consider what that actually means. Only when you don't have water, that's when you realize the implications of not having it. So, there's a number of interventions that we need to look at, but we do take your point going forward. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the insightful presentation from both speakers. My name is Edwin Mamecha. I'm from the Nkangala District Municipality. I think mine talks to the issues of implementation. And I think, in South Africa, we have a lot of strategies, we have a lot of plans, we know what needs to happen. And my concern is when it comes to the approach to facilitating implementation, particularly when you're looking at how we administer our funding, right? Donors and all those. And we know at specific or local level where interventions are required. I mean, the previous speaker spoke about issues around access to water, which is a service delivery issue, and we know where the problems are. And I find it challenging when we still talk about, applying for funding while we know where the resources have to be channeled. Because it seemed to me like we are competing for funds, and in other municipalities where there's no capacity, you're sitting with challenges in terms of drafting your business plans, and that becomes a challenge. And I think as a country or as the PCC, and all those stakeholders that are involved in coordinating funding, I think there's a need to relook at the model in which we are implementing or facilitating the implementation of programs, be it its sector departments, because we already know, it's well known that we are good when it comes to strategy, policies, world-class, but implementation, it's where we're lagging big time. So I think we need to look at best approaches in which we can facilitate and coordinate the implementation. Not only expecting, local government or communities or NGOs, whoever, to get to a space where they have to, what we call compete for resources, but rather than channel where it's necessary. And we can even coordinate it in not to establish a new structure, but we can coordinate it in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Edwin. I can see that you're on the call face, I think, because everything you're saying is actually spot on. And also not just funds, it's also skills and capacitation thereof, but also tech. So how do we facilitate that? But I'm going to ask you to hold on, because I think Kwesi and Deepak have a very riveting presentation that they will do on the funding side. Kwesi, all right, thank you. Simpiwe.
There's one more question from Futhi. Futhi, you can come in.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the previous speakers who had raised questions around issues of water. I just wanted to also come in that yes, there is a climate change response strategy for the water and sanitation sector, but again, it's issues of implementation that I also would like to highlight, and the need to ensure that there is contribution from different sectors. It does recognize the importance of adopting a nexus approach where implementation is integrated into the planning of various sectors, and we do it as different sectors as in an integrated manner where we incorporate other sectors in terms of those responses. But I also want to indicate challenges. I think earlier on there was a highlight on what is happening on the ground with some of the initiatives that had also helped eThekwini to survive the floods of 2022 around the community-based flood responses. Those are still at a very pilot level because we've seen what works in some areas. Let's adopt and upscale those, and they need to be community-based flood responses because I think most municipalities, they do have flood responses, but those are mostly shelved and they are not activated, and there's no drilling or testing of those to test how to respond when there is a flood for those different municipalities. We need to get to a point where there's input and contribution from communities because they are the ones who are affected by extreme weather events. They need to know how to respond when they get an early warning system, because yes, when early warning systems are there, SOS is doing a great job and different entities have also developed. But how to respond is still a challenge. And we need to get to a point where it's very basic, everybody knows how to respond, and we can use that Quarry Road example that was indicated earlier on. But I do want to emphasize the issues of integrated response, like the colleagues have indicated, especially also understanding that the water sector is central. The impacts of climate change are more experienced or seen through water because water is the primary medium through which we get our rainfall and runoffs. So if water is affected by land use, human settlements, but the response is not an integrated one, and the different sectors are not recognizing the importance, yet they also use water and they need water. We need to get to a point where everybody is contributing to reducing the impacts of pollution, which are exacerbated by extreme weather events, but also where everybody also ensure water use efficiency in terms of quantity, because we are affected both in terms of quantity and quality. So we need everybody to be part of the solution, and that should be done through integrated planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Futhi. I think your comments are recognized and I think very, very useful as we go forward. I'd just like, as I close, I'd like to thank the audience, both online and here, for a very engaging and discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Thanks, everyone. We're really enjoying the conversation and the participation. So thank you very much. I mean, maybe a quick kind of summary from my side, some of the key takeaways. As you know, South Africa is extremely vulnerable, as is the region. Botswana is perhaps even more vulnerable to climate change. And some of that climate change is already baked in. Right, we have emitted enough carbon that we are already officially over an average of 1.1 degrees. And for the first time in the past year, we've been over 1.5 degrees. We'll hopefully come back down again. But it kind of gives us a sense of the kind of environment that we're going to face. And so we need this kind of very coordinated response. And the longer we delay in our response, the fewer options we have. Right, both on a mitigation and an adaptation side. And then the discussion's already drifted towards the area that it's kind of, we have to do both. We have to mitigate and adapt. Some of the steps impact both sides of that coin, and it's going to take a huge amount of coordination. But the key thing that we can do to avoid the worst impacts of climate change is to reduce our emissions. After all, it is GHGs in the atmosphere that are driving these temperature increases and the sort of climate instability. So we're going to take a tea break now, but when we come back, we'll start to talk about some of those mitigation options. What can we do? What does it mean? And it's a little bit, I mean, the climate side is pretty frightening, the sort of physical risks that we face. But when we come back, we'll talk about some of our mitigation options, which can also be a little bit daunting. I mean, to the point that was raised earlier around studies and other studies, part of our purpose here today is to share with you the kinds of research that is out there and that we are seeing. We don't pretend that it's a full list. So one of the things that we ask of you is if there are studies that have been done that we're not aware of, please share that with us. And we try to sort of scour as much research as we can. So there was a question about WITS GCI. We use those slides because they're quite impactful and quite current. But South Africa is blessed with a huge amount of really excellent researchers that are also IPCC assessment report writers. So we also talk to UCT, have done some work on water, and the CSR have done some excellent work on water. So we're trying to collate as much research as we can. And so please do let us know if there are kind of important studies that you think we should be looking at. So if you don't mind, we're running slightly behind. So can I ask that we take a sort of 15-minute break and we'll be back here at 1:45, and then we'll kick off with the mitigation session. Does that make sense? You're slightly more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Is that okay? Great, yeah, and then we'll come and start talking about the complexities of mitigation and some of the issues around justice that we've been talking about, whether the world is business as usual or not. What does that mean? What's a fair share of how we think about carbon allocations and what kind of actions can we take that are optimal for our people and the environment in that context? So looking forward to that chat, and we'll see you back in 15, 20 minutes. Thanks, everybody. There's tea outside and some snacks as well. get going with the next section. Okay, so we've talked about what the NDC is. We've mentioned that it's this kind of commitment that we make across adaptation, mitigation, and means of implementation. It is an opportunity to help align us behind a specific goal. And it happens in the context of the cycle between what they call the global stocktake and then the NDCs. And the global stocktake is a review of progress, a review of the science, and the global stocktake that was discussed at COP28 last year in UAE was a consideration of that global stocktake. And the feedback was basically we are not doing enough, and that we are currently headed to a world somewhere between 2.1 and 2.9 degrees if we meet our existing commitments. And that we have to enhance those commitments if we want to stay below 1.5 degrees. And Mandy did an excellent job explaining to us what the consequences of that are. And we started particularly to talk about water. And we raised this challenge that there are multiple things going on, right? So the water challenges are interesting. Cape Town has water storage that lasts less long than Gauteng. Gauteng's water storage will last us around 5 years, whereas the Western Cape, it lasts about 3 years. And so they were already more vulnerable to these climate changes than people in Gauteng. But there are also issues related to local government and urbanization and demand for that water, and maintenance of infrastructure. So roughly 42 to 50-something% of water is lost, either from non-payments or leakages in the municipal system. So that exacerbates the problem. So all of these things are connected. And that's one of the challenges, and the reason why we're so excited about today and your participation is that at the nexus of all of this is local government, right? And local government faces other challenges that are not climate change related, revenue model issues, non-payment issues. There's a whole range of things that local government has to face in order for them to be able to respond to climate change is one thing that you have to respond to. So we're kind of really conscious of that. The opportunity, though, is the things that we have to change in order to reasonably respond to climate change are really big. They're not small changes. They're big systemic changes. And in those changes, we have the opportunity to do other things. And that includes additional support for local government, but also, and this is the Presidential Climate Commission's kind of core purpose of being, address justice issues. And so it is possible for us to create a climate competitive economy that perpetuates the capital structures and the poverty, unemployment, and inequality structures that exist today. That would be a failure, right? The opportunity for us, the justice in the just transition part, is to try to address those things. And the conversation becomes one about how do we view and understand justice and equity in our local context and in our global context, right? If the rest of the world is going too slowly, does that mean we should go faster? Does it mean we should go slower? Right? How do we answer that question? And so the only real way that we can get to grips with this is to look at what the research is saying and see what the data and information is saying. And so that's what we're going to try to introduce now. It's just really a framework for us to think about this. And then I should emphasize that this session is us sharing with you what is out there, what research we've seen. As I mentioned before, an invitation for you to give us research that you think we should be looking at. But it's also setting the stage for a conversation that we want to have with you in probably February next year, where you will be telling us, these are the challenges we face, this is what we think should be in the NDC, etc. Does that make sense? Okay. Jumping in. So I've talked about this already. This is the global stock take. And to the question about business as usual earlier on, what the global stock take found, remember this is a review of our progress, was that we have made a difference. And some people mentioned this. If we had done nothing, right, we would be heading for 4 degrees of temperature increase. Right. But because of the commitments and the actions that we've taken since Paris, we are now headed to somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8 degrees. So we're at least 1 degree cooler than we would have been otherwise. And that's not nothing, right? So we've made some good progress. But it does suggest that we need to do a lot more. And that was kind of the core finding of the global stocktake. And they mentioned a couple of things that need to be done to try to close this mitigation gap. And it's things like tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, employing low carbon technologies. And so all of these things have to be done and have to be considered. And we can do them in a whole range of different ways. And so what we'll try to talk about today is what are these options? Which are the more difficult ones? Which are the easier ones? And to Simpiwe's point that she made in the opening session is some things we can do more easily quicker. Right. So, for example, in the power sector, renewable energy with storage and peaking support is a cheaper electricity option and it's zero carbon. So we should do that. Right. Some of them are much more difficult. We've talked about the spatial design elements and how they relate to transport, and that's a much harder thing to do. And so we would expect to do that later. But we have to try to get them all going now. But let's kind of talk this through. So how is our NDC framed, and what does the UAE consensus say about this? So the UAE consensus, to which we are a signatory, basically said that they recognize that to stay below 1.5 degrees globally, we have to reduce our emissions by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. Right, against 2019 levels. So if we were to work that out for South Africa, right, we were at about 477 according to the greenhouse gas inventory that the FFE produced in 2019. And if we were to reduce by 43%, it would take us to about 272, right, by 2030. And by 60%, it would take us to 191. Right, does that make sense? But now, we are not a developed country. We're a developing country. So we would expect, under common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities, which is the COP talk for it, right? Fairness and equity, that we should be above that line. Does that make sense, right? We can't increase our emissions. Everybody has to decrease their emissions as we pursue the goal of net zero by 2050. But we can decrease our emissions at a slower rate to the developed world. So that makes sense as a kind of concept. So what does our NDC look like? And you'll see that we are above the line. So our 2025 NDC was that we must be somewhere between 398 and 510, right, megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, right? By 2030, we're going to be somewhere between 350 and 420, right, 350 and 420. And then we have this kind of aspiration of net zero by 2050. So it makes sense. So you'll see that we are quite substantially above that line. So there is a kind of allowance for equity and common differentiated responsibility in the commitments that we are making that acknowledges that we start from a different starting point and we have different access to technology and finance than other countries would have. Does that make sense? So just to give us a sense of this dot here, so net zero is not absolute zero. There are still some emissions in the system, particularly from agriculture and land use, and from hard to abate sectors like cement and iron and steel that remain in the system. And so we're not at absolute zero here, we're at net zero, which means that the emissions that we make, right, must be offset by taking those emissions out of the atmosphere, either using natural systems or chemical or physical processes. Does that make sense? So how then can we think about what our 2035 NDC should be, right? And if we take the very simple approach of connecting our existing commitment, right, 350 to 420, we just draw straight lines, just as a framework for thinking about it, right? We just draw straight lines to net zero. Then our commitment range would be roughly 278 to 3 30. Does that make sense? All right, just give us a sense, like something to benchmark our thinking against. But what we see in the models and what you saw in the shape of those blue curves that Simpiwe put up is the shape of our transition is not a straight line, right? We need to reduce more emissions early on than later on, right? And so you have this kind of concave shape, right? And so this is modeling that was done by UCT for the World Bank, and you can see that 58% of our emissions happen in the year 2030 to 2040, the decade 2030 to 2040, right? And that's pretty consistent with all the modeling that we see. It's consistent with international modeling, and in fact, in the sort of climate change world, they talk about the decade of action, because we have to make immediate and fast reductions now in order to keep the goal of 1.5 degrees alive. Does that make sense? So you would expect the line to not be straight, right? You'd expect it to be a little bit lower. And so what does the research say about that? So we went and looked at a bunch of modeling studies that are South Africa relevant, and we plotted those on this side. So we looked at work by UCT, we looked at work by the World Bank, there's work that we've done at the PCC, there's work done by Climate Action Tracker, there's work done by Climate Analytics. There's a whole range of people that are focused on South Africa and South Africa's modeling. And you'll see that at the high end, if we go for a 2-degree world, you need about 390 megatons a year. And at the low end, if you focus on a 1.5 degree world, about 200, right? So that green bubble then gives the full range of what we're saying in the studies, from a 2-degree compliant world to a 1.5 degree compliant world. Now, remember, we've agreed in the UAE consensus and the Paris Agreement to pursue all opportunities to stay below 1.5 degrees. And so the bottom end of our range should probably be compliant with 1.5 degrees, right? And in the top end, perhaps a bit higher. And the way that we kind of talk about that is the bottom end of the range is without support. I mean, with support, importantly, with support. And the top end of the range is without support. So we can start to frame the political context that we're in by how we frame that range. Does that make sense? So the top end, less ambitious. I mean, maybe 2 degrees is too much. The Paris Agreement is well below 2 degrees, right? So maybe 1.8, and the bottom end, 1.5, aligned with science. And in that range space, we're trying to find this balance between locally, internationally, and scientifically credible, right? Does it kind of give us the framework for how we think about it? So this is what the studies are kind of saying. And if you look at sort of the sort of most common numbers, they're somewhere around 280, just below 280. Right? Does that make sense? So that gives us sort of benchmark against the kinds of ranges. I want to just point out this dot right at the bottom. So this was an international study done without thinking about common but differentiated responsibility. Their sort of approach was everybody can afford to implement the best available technology. There's no friction. Everybody has access to finance, etc. So if the world was a kind of fair place, what would our allocation be? And they thought we would get an allocation of about 70, right? And I say this just to make the point that we are above the line because we're a developing economy. And so this idea of common but differentiated responsibility and different countries needing to move at different paces is kind of built in to this commitment trajectory already. I'm going to pause there just to see if everyone's happy, because the next slide is interesting. Does it make sense to everyone? Okay. And we're not saying that this is what we should recommend, right? We're just saying this is what the literature is saying, and it gives us a way of thinking about how we can formulate our recommendations. And just to remind us that our recommendations will go to the President and Cabinet and the DFFE. It's them that will be writing the NDC, and they will have to take into account a huge range of political and scientific and stakeholder views. Okay. So this is kind of an emissions trajectory. What we talk about is a trajectory, and the NDCs are kind of points along that trajectory. If we were to add up the emissions for each year under that trajectory, right, that would give us the total amount of carbon that we can afford to emit in the period now to 2050, right? Something we call a carbon budget, not to be confused with the DFFE carbon budget and the Climate Act, which is a company level allocation. We're now talking about a national level allocation when I say a carbon budget. And the carbon budget is an interesting idea. So if we add up all the emissions under a curve, it gives us a carbon budget. It's the same as a household budget. If you have 1,000 Rand in the month to spend on food, you can't spend 1,400 Rand. Right? And so you have to think about, how do I allocate this 1,000 Rand in the way that keeps my family healthy, right? And so the same kind of question then, and for us, this is the key mitigation policy question we have to answer, is how do I allocate my carbon budget in a way that maximizes socioeconomic outcomes for the country? Does it make sense? And it's a choice. I can choose. I can allocate my budget in different ways, right? And I will get different social returns. I'll get different economic returns for how I allocate that budget. And so this is business's attempt. So this is work done by the National Business Initiative. And they said, well, basically, if we don't do anything, we're going to end up going to around 11.5 gigatons, right? And if we make some changes, we can get to 9 gigatons, right? And the way that they've allocated it is they've said, well, in the power sector, I would need to close all coal by 2040. It's affordable to do, and it saves X amount of carbon, nearly a gigaton. They have switched Sasol, which is the predominant emitter in the petrochemicals part, to running off gas. And that reduces 0.4 of a gigaton, right? And they start to add that up. But you don't have to do it that way, right? What we're debating when we think about how do we achieve our fair share carbon budget is how do we want to do this? So they could say, well, because we have genuine and valid concerns about people in Mpumalanga and their exposure to these changes, we're going to be slower on power. Right? We're going to keep the coal plants open longer. That's a valid policy choice, but you have to reduce somewhere else. Does that make sense? You can't just business as usual everywhere. So now you might have to reduce faster in transport. Right? That's the choice we have to make. That's what all of our policy must add up to doing. So if I return to what business is thinking here, in the agriculture, forestry, and land use part, right, they move 1/3 of people onto sustainable diets, right? Now, what does that mean, right? It means that you can have 100 grams of red meat a week. So you can have a slider on Friday, or you can save up and have a steak once a month. Hell no. So I gave a talk at a COP event a few years ago. I said, look, it's in South Africa, we'll give up coal before we give up meat, you know? So you are allowed, so that's just red meat, right? There's an allocation in this diet for chicken and other things, so you can mix and match a little bit. And that's just one version. It's called the Eat Lancet diet. There are other versions of what this diet looks like. But the implication is you're changing your behavior. You're getting people to behave differently. And particularly for South Africans and sort of sub-Saharan Africa, red meat is a cultural issue. It's not easy to give up, right? It kind of threatens our identity, and so we're resistant to it. And so these behavioral change levers are harder to pull, right? Does that make sense? If we think about transport, right, in this framing by the NBI, you need about 750 to 1,000 to 1 million electric vehicles on the road by 2030, right? So you've got to stimulate that. In the longer term, you have to have this kind of spatial densification. You have to have people living, you have to do the spatial planning in a way that you have mixed use, mixed income neighborhoods. This kind of spatial structure where people travel 3 taxi journeys to get from home to work twice a day is not sustainable socially, but it's also not sustainable environmentally. So these things have to be fixed, right? And so this is both the opportunity and the challenge in the climate transition. And we need to seriously engage with what the research says around allocating that carbon budget and what a fair carbon budget is. If we think our fair carbon budget allocation is 12 gigatons, well, then we don't have to do very much. If we think it's 9 gigatons, we have to do some quite serious things. If we think it's 7 gigatons, we have to do even more, right? And so that question about what is fair locally, internationally becomes key to this conversation and quite a difficult thing to deal with, right? So in the next part of this presentation, we're going to talk about what does the economic studies say about what this fair share budget could be, and therefore the types of steps and the timing of those steps. Gets to this core of the president's question is what is the pace and scale with which we must transition? Does it make sense? Any questions or comments at this point? We're happy. Does it make sense? I know that's quite complicated. Okay, excellent. All right, so just to give you a sense about how we have to think about this. And so we are concerned with the issues of justice. And so you can't just do macroeconomic modeling. You have to be thinking about a broader range of modeling. And so we have started to build what we call our community of practice, our academic community of practice. And we think about all of the different types of things that we have to research to be able to answer proper policy questions. So, for example, the questions about energy and transitioning on energy are not just technology questions. What happens to how we price electricity? What does this mean for access? What does this mean for local government business models? What does it mean for household income? These are all the kinds of questions we have to be able to answer to have a reasonable view of how we transition the power sector, if that makes sense. And so we have started to put together these research groups, and all of these sort of lighter green bubbles are where we as the PCC have commissioned work. The darker green bubbles are where SA Tide, a program of Treasury, have commissioned work that we're trying to provide some support from. And then this particular project is one that's being done by the National Planning Commission. And they all kind of provide bits and pieces that we need to make the overall decisions. And so, for example, we've got people looking at what happens to wind speed if climate changes, right? So, and it turns out from early sort of studies that we might have a drop in wind speed in the Eastern Cape, right? Which means your renewables output is slightly lower. So what does that mean? What do you do about that? You build more renewables, you put in more batteries, and so you have to start thinking through those kinds of things. We've looked at air quality and water. We're looking at large-scale economic impacts and the timing of those impacts. And if we think in relation to the transport sector, so the climate models, the climate economic models are saying we need to get 1 million electric vehicles on the road by 2030. Sounds like a lot. But when you look at trade relationships, the UK and Europe have said they will not allow the sale of internal combustion engines in their markets post-2035. We export 60% of the vehicles that we make in South Africa to the EU and the UK. Right? So in order for us to transition that sector to making electric vehicles, well, it turns out you need to produce at least 500,000 electric vehicles by 2030. Right? So there's a kind of timing union there. But these are all the kinds of things that we have to kind of be thinking about. This is particularly important and something that is not as well researched as other areas, but there's lots of emerging research that's very interesting, is what's happening in these transitions to households and municipalities. right? What's happening to disposable income of households? How does that build into the municipal business model? So we're doing a lot more research in that space, particularly working with WITS, Southern Centre for Inequality Studies, and Rhodes. But there's other work going on. But just to give you a sense that we're trying our best to find out what the best available local research is, but we may not have caught it all. And so again, my third plea, if you know of work that you think we should be looking at, we would be really pleased to see it. Here's some of the work we've looked at, but just to say there's quite a wide range of research. This is, some people say there isn't any research in this space. There's quite a lot. And we've tried to look as much of it as we can. So to this question about how can the research help us think about what a carbon budget and an NDC might look like, I want to raise this piece of work that we did with University of Cape Town. They have a big macroeconomic model that's connected to an energy model, and you can do some quite interesting simulations and scenario tests with it. And so we basically built this model to look at two worlds. World A, where you move a little bit faster, right? We get closer to meeting our 1.5 degree world, and a world B, which moves a little bit slower, right? And you can imagine the differences that would create. In a world that moves slower, demand for fossil fuels remains higher, right? The cost of capital for fossil fuels and renewables is relatively similar, but climate impacts are higher, right? We face more climate change. Make sense? In the left world, fossil fuel prices might be lower, right? Size of export markets is smaller for fossil fuel-based exports. Cost of capital for renewable energy could be lower than for fossil fuels. And these are all important inputs into the model. So those were kind of the sort of framing scenarios. Then we thought of a whole bunch of things that you could turn on and off, right? What do we do with Sasol? Do we have energy efficiency, yes or no? Bearing in mind, energy efficiency is a behavioral thing. It's hard to do. What's our net zero date? Is it 2050 or a little bit later? What kind of carbon budget do we want? How hard are we going to push localization? As a simple example, Green Cape estimated that manufacturing renewables locally will cost us 10% more than importing from China, right? But it creates jobs. And it creates local manufacturing capability. How do we measure that trade-off, right? And the only real way is to pass through the model and kind of see what happens. Does that make sense? So what we did was we ran about 40 scenarios where we switched these things on and off. What would happen if we had energy efficiency but not localization, and vice versa, all right? So the next slide is a little frightening, but bear with me. There's a question. Go ahead.
It's not a question, it's a comment.
Okay.
Is Sasol in the room? Okay. I just want to bring this energy issue because I participated in a pilot where we were piloting energy efficiency by bringing in a particular plant that can change the entire value chain of energy production. That is able to fly your Boeing 747 or to push your marine ships offshore, things like that. And it was very interesting to look at the timeline that it took to plant that particular plant and make its observation to see how much do we quantify. But if we look into the future in terms of green energy, it could be the best way because we looked at the advantages that it came with, the advantage of the restoring of the landfill mines that cannot be utilized for food efficiency growing plants, but we can use that for the other type of plants that we need on energy. So maybe we can expand to say beyond 3035, how do we look into the future?
Yeah, that's exactly the right kind of question, right? What kinds of advancements do we need? What do we know? What don't we know? But yeah, these kinds of technology options and behavior change options are in some ways built into the model, and I'll come back to this a little bit later. Not everything's in the model, So when you talk to modelers, they have this famous phrase that says, all models are wrong, but some are useful. Right? And so it's trying to use models as an input to our decision-making, not the decision-making itself. Right? There are a whole bunch of other things that we have to think about when we make the actual decision, and some of them are, well, what will be available to us in the future? So this chart needs a little bit of explanation, but basically what's happening, every one of these dots is one of those model runs. Turn things off, we've turned things on, try to see what happens. And we've plotted on this vertical axis GDP growth per capita, right? And then on this axis is the size of the carbon budget, right? So a smaller carbon budget, the more aligned with 1.5, the bigger the carbon budget, the more aligned with 2 degrees. Does that make sense? Now, there are a couple of things to note. All of the scenarios grow the economy. They just grow at different rates, right? And there is no gain economically for an economy, for a model run bigger than 10 gigatons, right? So the important conclusion there is there's no reason to have a carbon budget bigger than 10 gigatons. That kind of becomes the top end of our cap, according to this study. Right. And so we would expect, if we think about it, if we tighten our carbon budget, it would cost us a little bit and we would have slightly lower economic growth. Right. So let's use an example. If we invest now in coal peaking support and renewables peaking support and storage, right, that's the cheapest form of electricity, and so it doesn't cost the economy anything. But if we buy electric vehicles now, they're slightly more expensive, not slightly, they're quite a lot more expensive than an internal combustion engine. And so if we want to stimulate the uptake of electric vehicles, it's going to cost us something. Does that make sense? And so you would expect for the carbon savings that gives you a slightly lower carbon budget, a slightly lower GDP growth. And that's kind of the trade-off. So we've got to decide, what do we need to stimulate? How do we use our scarce capital in order to stimulate that? And then how does that keep us within our climate goals? Okay. Yeah, please ask questions.
Hi, Kira Person from ICLEI Africa. I was just wondering, in the case, for instance, of electric vehicles, how much consideration is taken into the challenges we have electrifying our grid already?
Yes. Yeah. So the studies that we've done on that when we made our electricity recommendations in last year, April, is that if we just take the existing economy, we need to build somewhere between 5 and 6 gigawatts of renewable energy every year. To meet the demand increase that would come from electric vehicles, we would need to build about 8 gigawatts a year. And to meet the additional demand increase from green hydrogen, which is a technology people favor, you would need 12 gigawatts. Starting a little bit later, we would need to start any of that immediately. So for now, up to 2030, we need to build 5 to 6. From 2030 to 2035, we would need to build about 8. From around 2040 onwards, we would need to build 12. So those things are built into the model and do account for some of the GDP growth because you're investing in the economy, right? You're building things and you're building infrastructure, and that's returning returns. Okay. Remember I said not everything is, sorry, Simpiwe, there's questions online?
I was actually saying our online audience is very quiet, but we have a hand.
Okay, good.
Futhi has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Steve, for this presentation. I think that the presentation is addressing a very important question around the pace at which we should be transitioning as a country. But we already have NDCs that are existing that will need to be updated. I think this will contribute into the updating of those. But on those NDCs already, a stance was taken around mostly the phasing out of coal and renewable energy, of which there are implications of which I think most of us are aware, because our economy is mostly driven with by coal, because most of our energy comes from coal. So have we thought about how we're going to deal with the social issues that will then result, especially with the unemployment and the fact that we are recipients mostly of the technology that is for renewable energy? The technological transfers that need to happen, because that was a condition for those NDCs. Is it something that is already happening, and how is that being rolled out across the country? Because we need to be upskilling ourselves and reskilling so that we are able to contribute to the economy, and our economy is not adversely affected by gradually phasing out of coal. And then also in capacity development, is that happening? Because we can't expect to just receive from other countries and support their economies. We need to be able to support our economies. And how far are we as a globe now? South Africa is obviously contributing on achieving the 1.5 degrees. I'm sure the COP that is currently finishing up will be presenting on that, but do we have that information in terms of are we closer to achieving it? Because we're getting closer now to 2030, and with the contribution that South Africa is contributing, how far as a country are we to achieving what we have committed to achieve? But along with that, are we supporting ourselves in ensuring that we are still sustainable, considering that we are very behind on social goals, and climate change is exacerbating the issues because it's taking us far back when there are issues of these extreme weather events, also needing us to focus on issues of loss and damage, and also focus on supporting the vulnerable communities that are being affected by these. So what is being done to actually ensure that South Africa is not on the losing end compared to other countries? And at the level of the COP, is there transparency with the other countries that need to be contributing, who have been using fossil fuels for a longest time and have benefited? Have we also checked at the reliability of the renewable energy? Because if there was 100% reliability, I think the countries that have already adopted, they should be on renewable energy alone and not still continuing to use the coal. If the reliability is questionable, what would be the alternative, or how can we supplement that? Are we essentially wanting to phase out completely, or we mixing? We're still going to be mixing up until 2050 in terms of our energy mix, because obviously we have always been mostly fossil fuels and less on the renewables. Lastly, green hydrogen. Have we checked the impact of green hydrogen? Because it's high on water consumption. We're already a water scarce country as South Africa. And if it requires water as the source of hydrogen, how are we going to reduce the impact on already stressed water resources that will be affected by that? I think you indicated that it's a favored option. I don't think we're opposing that, but we need to ensure that it does not also have a maladaptation in a way where it results to other impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. I need like an hour to answer each of those questions. They're really good questions, but let me give you some thoughts. What we are discussing here in the NDC, right, is what are our goals and how will we spend our scarce resources to meet those goals? That's really, if we boil it down to it, that's what it is. And we've got to make some choices, right? The more money the globe spends on mitigation, the less money we have to spend on adaptation, right? The more money we spend on early warning and adaptation systems, the less money we have to spend on emergency recovery things, right? And when we set these goals and we spend this money, we have to be thinking about the underlying justice goals. What are we doing about unemployment? What are we doing about localization? What are we doing about skills development? And these are the kinds of things that we need to stimulate. So this phasing out of coal, it does have social issues. How are we going to protect those communities? And the example that I like to use is even if we manage a one-to-one job swap, right, in Mpumalanga. So every person employed in the coal value chain, right, gets employed in renewables or something else. We still have unemployment of 40% and youth unemployment of 60%. So when we're thinking about this transition, it's not enough to just think about what we have. We have to think about what is new, right? And that is this idea of economic diversification. How do we diversify our economy to take advantage of green energy and potentially the trade advantages that might give us to make things that we can sell on international markets? Right? And there are lots of things that we're thinking about. We're thinking about batteries and new types of mining, vanadium and copper, and things that we need for this global transition. We're thinking about making products that are zero carbon that everybody in the world wants, right? One of those things is hydrogen. So the end stages of decarbonization, there's certain things that are really hard to decarbonize. Iron and steel, some forms of agriculture, fertilizers, cement is a big one. And hydrogen is a really important way, green hydrogen in particular, is a really important way for us to be able to achieve that. But there's a risk to it. We might not achieve it, right? But we ought to try, but not just on hydrogen. So my point is hydrogen is one of 100 things that we must try to do in order to bolster the competitiveness of our economy. And that's kind of the challenge that we're in. So in addition to thinking about, well, where is our current economy going to take us within the climate constraints and what we know and what we're capable of, what does that mean for a carbon budget? We have to be thinking about how are we going to change our economy to create employment opportunities so that we can lift people out of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Don't say we have the answers. But this is the thought process that we need to go through. And this NDC process, why we at the PCC think this is so important, is if we're making those kinds of decisions, shouldn't we all be involved? Right. And so we're trying to build the capacity of all of our social partners so that we can start to have a national dialogue around what is important to us as a people. Just one thought, and then I'm going to come to the gentleman here. On the sort of 100% reliability of variable renewable energy, I mean, we are seeing economies around the world shifting to very high levels of penetration, 50 to 70% already. And some economies have the goal of getting to 100% green energy by 2035, right? Some are already there. And so the concerns about the variability of renewable energy are very real, but we have technology solutions to solve those. And in South Africa, we have a slightly different case because we don't have access to hydropower at any major scale. And so you'll see it in the modeling, there is some gas, which provides some sort of fast switch on support that you would need for sudden changes in renewable energy. But the key issue is this is not something that we can do today. So obviously switching off all of the coal-fired power in the next few years would be a disaster. You just can't do it. And so the issue is how do you plan this over time? And what is our particular time scale for when we phase in more renewable energy? And how does that impact consumer prices and access and energy poverty is a key question. So just for your information, we are running a couple of projects. The PCC has a program working with Stellenbosch University to model how we would do that integration and when we would do that integration of high levels of variable renewable energy. And we're doing a similar project with Sustainable Energy Africa focused on how might this impact pricing and market design and therefore energy access and poverty. So we have a lot of the building blocks from international experience, but we're kind of testing them locally. What does that mean for us in our particular South African context? So hopefully that answered some of your questions, but I think there were also some comments embedded in there. Sir, do you want to ask your question?
Once again, pardon me if I ask more questions than, suggestions. my observation, I might be incorrect. You see, what I hear in this presentation is more on, or in reference to the global, the Carbon Global Fund. It's more on the economic part of it. It's not more on how best can we, practically so, reduce the climate. You get what I mean? Or challenges regarding that. I might be incorrect in terms of that type of an observation. Oh, sorry. Thank you, technician. You see, so it's in regard to that to say it's more on the funding and as a business model, it's not more on the protection of the environment. And I also want to get an understanding in terms of as a PCC, meaning are your systems in place to avoid the misappropriation of funds or this buzzword of corruption in terms of if you get funding, will you be able to be accountable, or anyone that will be seeking an assistance from your side will be able to account? The other point that I want to raise, in most cases, we do come up with visions to say 2025 up to 2020 or 2060. And recently, there's been like indicated in terms of year 21. I wish to be there during year 21 so that I can be able maybe to measure and evaluate in terms of our successes. But I want to get in terms of my side as a PCC, you have an implementation plan in terms of the breakdown to say from today until 2025, this will be the measuring tools in terms of the achievement. And then lastly, do you have partners that are implementing agents at the grassroots level? Or how do you establish collaboration with, I don't want to say people on the ground because we're all on the ground. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to jump back to this slide to answer some of those questions. So this interaction between what we do in the economy, how that impacts climate change, and how that impacts the environment are all interconnected. And so if we make economic choices, for example, to pursue more coal, right? That means more carbon emissions. That means a greater impact on climate, but it also means higher air pollutants that are non-GHGs. So that impacts air quality and people's health. So all of these things are interconnected. And what we try to do in the modeling, excuse me, what we try to do in the modeling, particularly on this slide, is try to start making some of those connections. So we're not just looking at the macroeconomics, we're also thinking about what's happening in the environment, what's happening in the sort of communities and local areas. On the sort of funds and PCC accountability, the PCC doesn't receive big funding to do big projects. I mean, our mandate is to provide advice and to perhaps help coordinate players. So we're not receiving large amounts of money. Obviously, we do receive some money, and we have a sort of a proper governance structure. We have an audit and risk committee. It's independent, and it overviews all of the work that we've done. We're subject to an audit like any other government entity, and we got a clean audit last year. So we're quite transparent. You can see what funding we receive in our annual report. So we like to think we're quite accountable, but it's up to you to hold us accountable. And then on the implementation plan side, as I say, we're not an implementing body, we're an advisory body, but we try to work with other implementing bodies to help build their capacity, but also make connections. It's hard, you can't implement on your own. And so we try to connect the ecosystems that are needed for implementation. And that may include bringing in big financiers. So Kwesi will talk about a program that we're running called the Just Transition Finance Mechanism, which is trying to link up important just transition projects and sources of finance. But that's hosted at a separate institution, and we just help incubate it. So I hope that answered some of your questions, but also happy to chat over tea. I want to jump back to this just to say, so we said that 10 gigatons is the sort of upper limit that we would set, and that 9 gigatons is more climate friendly, but might cost us some more. But we also said that, well, not everything is in the model, right? So there are things that aren't in the model. And what does that look like? So if we think about just a 10 gigaton budget and its economic growth over time, what are the things that aren't in the budget? I mean, in that budget? Trade impacts. So I spoke about internal combustion engines, but lots of countries in the world are thinking about what they call carbon border adjustment mechanisms, or CBAM. You've probably heard of these. We might not like it, we might not think it's right, but it's happening. The UK have one, the EU has one, Australia's thinking about one, Japan's thinking about one, the US is thinking about one, right? There are obviously the climate impacts. Higher the temperature, the more impacts we're having, and those impacts disproportionately impact the poor. There are other externalities like air quality and water that aren't modeled in, right? And so you would imagine that the actual economic returns for that modeled profile are lower than they would come out in the model. And if you think about the 9-gigaton budget, there are things that are not in a 9-gigaton budget. For example, if we invest in new business opportunities, batteries and mining, I mentioned, you might get access to finance. So the better our targets that we set, the more easily we'll attract international support. And of course, then there's the upside of trade. So we can sell green hydrogen on international markets, or green iron and steel. Right. And so you would imagine that the economic output for a 9-gigaton might actually be better. Right. And if we look at some of the other studies we've done, we did a big piece of work with Cambridge Econometrics, who've got a big trade model, and they looked at what we call climate damages. So we try to feed some of these climate impacts into the model. By 2040, a 1.5 degree pathway, in other words, a sort of lower carbon budget, would avoid a loss of 5% of GDP just from trade impact, just from physical climate impacts. The trade impacts could have a negative impact of 6% of GDP. Right, so that's 11% already. And the difference between these two is about 10%. Okay. And so the evidence is suggesting to us that a 9-gigaton budget could be more economically optimal than a 10-gigaton budget, right? Just as a way of thinking about this. And in fact, if we did more research, we might find that an 8-gigaton is better, right? If we look at air quality costs, a study we did with CSIR basically shows that $30 billion just for 3 sample years between now and 2050 could be saved from the economic impacts of air quality. So quite a lot of things that would suggest that a lower carbon budget is preferable. But as I say, this is just a couple of studies. It's a way for us to help think about where should we peg this budget. 10 gigaton at the max, and then we try to work our way down to see what we think might be optimal for the economy. Okay. Question at the back.
My name is Gustav Heinz. I'm from Mpumalanga, Ermelo. Sorry for my English, but there's a lot of things that go through my mind about this climate change problem. I want to start to say population growth means actually a disturbance of the environment. And in terms of this disturbance of the environment, causes a lot of problems, socio-economic problems for a government. So in terms of, if we talk about a budget and we talk national security and all that stuff, and in terms of environmental disturbances, then the illegal immigration, to me, has a big impact in terms of how to address the problem of climate change. So I don't know if there is any mitigation processes in place that can address that problem. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess at the very root of all of our environmental problems is there's just too many of us for the world to support, right? But again, you know, people are special, and we need to work out how to solve that particular problem. I mean, illegal immigration, I think is potentially an overblown problem now relative to some of our other problems. But how we provide services to people from wherever they're from is the core challenge and a core challenge for local government. I would say, though, that if you're worried about that now, remind you what Mandy said earlier, at 2.5 degrees of warming, we may have 80 million climate migrants in sub-Saharan Africa alone. So that challenge of where are people from, what kind of resources do they need, where are they going to be provided, urbanization, how you meet that influx of people is only going to get worse under extreme climate change, which is another driving factor to say we need to mitigate now and we need to mitigate urgently so that we avoid those kinds of impacts. But it is also an example that illustrates how interconnected these things are. And so how we think about how we respond to climate change is a trade issue, it's a border control issue, it's a it's a service delivery issue, all of these things coming together in one conversation. And so what we're hoping to do in this process with you is to start kicking off that conversation. What are the things that worry you? And so this is interesting feedback. We can kind of feed that into our models. We can kind of feed it into how we're thinking about the response. And a bulk of that conversation is going to happen in Feb. So thank you. Please.
You had, I think there's 2 slides behind there. Can you go back? I think the whereby there is a mitigation measures. I think it means talk about, no, not, I think before this one.
Before this one?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
On that one, you mentioned transport. And then when you talk about transport, you talk about electrical cars, which is which I believe you said it's one of the mitigation measures. But as I'm thinking deeper, looking to under every municipality under SALGA, do you think they have enough infrastructure in order to reach those kind of challenges, like making sure that they are getting maybe over 750,000 of electrical cars? Then secondly, we go to the infrastructure that we think it can, for instance, what we call these rear via buses, which are not affordable. Because if ever we are doing we are putting mitigation measures, once you have a mitigation measure, there must be a delta change, whereby you said, once I applied this measure, this is the results that I got. That is the transport sector that I mentioned. For instance, there are municipalities which can't even afford paying the employees. Now, they are being told now you need to implement this. How would you buy the electrical cars? But where I'm going is that, don't you think this infrastructure that we think they are mitigation measures are not affordable for an ordinary person? I will make an example. For me, just from Midrand to Pretoria, using a Gautrain, rather used my car instead of taking a Gautrain. So those are, we thought those are mitigation measures, but the mitigation measures which, or else let me put, who is benefiting out of this infrastructure? Because if ever you are putting a mitigation measure that is environmental friendly, it means it must be affordable for anyone, that is more especially the poor people. But now, if ever those who are, I will say, who are working, they can't even afford. What about the poor class? So that transport sector, for instance, where is the trains? That is it was a metro, what? I just forgot. Metro rail. There's no metro rail. And people were not using their cars, taking the trains, that is metro rail. Maybe you are spending for a whole month, you are spending less than 200. So those are the kind of mitigation measures we need if you are talking about in terms of transport. Going back to the coal, because I was reading some document related to the power generation. In terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the funding that went to the renewable energy, it went back to the people or to the donors, because the donors, they have an agreement with the South African government, and then same person coming from Europe. For instance, I will make an example about a certain company in South Africa, which is a NPO from Germany. That company is the one who's controlling the funding. That is the South African government have. And then they are pushing the Jet IP, which is, if ever, for instance, there is the guy from Tembisa, he mentioned that the funding model. So when we are talking about the funding model, if ever this is really that it wants to put everyone on board, the people from Tembisa are supposed to know how to apply for the funding. That is the green finance. So those are the things that they can push us better than the pace we are in now. Because if ever everyone know everything is transparent, this is where you have to go if ever you want a green funding from, let's say you are NGO or you are NPO, this is the process. Because, for instance, when we are involved in that one of the power, I can't give you 50,000 to say you start business. Let's be honest, because starting a business with a funding of 50,000, what machinery you will buy? As a result, you mentioned also the Green Cape, whereby they made a study, whereby they said to produce the renewable energy in South Africa, it will be expensive. What makes it expensive? If ever in China they can produce it cheaper, what makes China to have those kind of resources? Which resources they are having? Because that's what our economy is, to buy already made product. And we have a high unemployment rate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, these are exactly the kinds of questions that we need to discuss as a society, right? And the objective for us is the just transition. And so the transport example is such a good example, and Gordon online would support this as well, is if we want to remove emissions from our transport economy, we also have to be maximizing service delivery to people, right? And the sequence that you would think about is avoid, shift, remove. So the first step we want to do is stop people traveling, right? And the way you do that is if you're wealthy, online meetings, etc. But for most people, it's walking and cycling. In order to do that, you have to have spatial settlements that allow that. You can't be working 50 kilometers from your home. You have to be working 2 kilometers from your home. And so how we design and concentrate cities is a justice thing. It's not about transport per se, but it has huge transport benefits. Then you want to shift. You want to move things, as you said, you want to be able to move people from private to public transport, right? We shouldn't all have 2 cars. I mean, for the middle class, right? And then you want to shift from road to rail. More commuter transport on rail, more freight transport on rail. Right? And they have all sorts of other benefits related to air quality and health and other justice outcomes. And the last step that you would take is remove. And so EVs in that context are the last step, right? But you also want to electrify your public fleet, right? So our first step is electric taxis, electric buses. right? And that would make for, quieter, healthier transport environments. And so the sort of justice outcomes and delivering services to people is a super important part of how we think about transitioning any sector, but the transport sector is a good one. And the question about who is benefiting is the key question, and Labour raised the same point in our consultation with them. On the coal side and the funding side, I mean, the other challenge in this environment is there's quite a lot of misinformation, especially in the energy space. Not everything that is out there is true. So that's our first port of call. And it's very hard to tell what's true and what's not. But the critique that funding must be made available for local development is really important, and the finance team will come up just now. We often talk about the way we invest our grants and the way that we invest our preferential debt must build the capacity of the country both to deliver more, but also to absorb more. So if we're given further grant, we can spend it more efficiently and better. And then there's a kind of a misunderstanding about what different levels of finance are aimed at. And so these big IPG loans are not aimed at individual people. They're aimed at country-to-country level loans. And so they're going to Treasury. But there are other forms of funding that go to businesses and municipalities and so on. And we have to understand carefully how we spend that funding. And Kwezi will talk about some of that when we carry on. I'm getting very nervous about time here. So what I'm going to do is there was a question at this table and then there's a question online. And then I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut my section for now, but very happy to chat during the break. Okay, one other questions. Okay, first you, sir, and then online, and then you, and then you'll have to cost me over lunch.
Okay, thanks. My name is Choice Munyai from DFFE, Local Government Support for Nkangala District. Mine, I think will be, I'll try to make it short because I think it's straightforward. I just want to understand from the PCC, that have you developed maybe a model on decision making whereby you look at the perception of politicians, administrator, professionals, even women and youth, academics, looking at the studies which you have done, so that at least you can see how do you integrate the decision model, which you might have which maybe can assist in making sure that on the decision which we make, especially in this case on climate change, those on mitigation and adaptation, those decisions maybe might influence how we develop our recruitment method, especially when we're capacitating professionalizing or capacitated individuals which are responsible for different sphere of government, might be the public or and public and private sector, so that at least we become efficient. Because if, for example, we don't have such platform where maybe at least we can think of how maybe with the way we make decision, it can influence going forward, looking at the future. It might also be, it might also make us to be reactionary on some of the challenges which we have, especially, for example, in climate change, when there are disaster or floods. Sometimes we take directional decisions, whereas if we're prepared, that can assist in making sure that if there is something which is taking place, or maybe there is any early warning or something, we can make decision not to wait for the disaster maybe to take place in this scenario. The question back to, do you have any decision-making models which you have developed or considering integrating all the studies which you have worked on, so that at least maybe it can make things easier going forward? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what an excellent question. I mean, this is what it's all about, is how do we use better information to make better decisions? And that's actually the strategic tagline of our unit within the PCC. Are we there yet? No. we're working on it, which we're gathering all of the available research. We're building these, what we call these modeling communities of practice that I mentioned. And now we are starting to put together what we call policy communities of practice. And how do we link the two? But it is an evolution. We're not quite there yet, but this is our goal. So we resonate with that idea. Yeah. Thank you. Online.
We've got two questions from Gordon Lang and Gil Tepile Olafani. They're both ready to speak. So after you, Gordon, Gil Tepile can come in.
Okay, great. Yeah. Steve, I think what has just been asked is massively important and is really critical in the whole thing, because and what Steve said is that what we have to do is provide the opportunity for people not to travel. And we can only do that by changing urban form in terms of more dense settlements and very mixed-use settlements, which really speaks to a concept called the 15-minute city, which I think many people in the room will be aware of, which is really, it's not about a 15-minute city, but about precincts where everybody can walk or cycle to whatever they need, including good public transport. And I think one of the critical things in all of this is that we can carry on doing planning in a business as usual approach, but we really need to draw a deep breath, take a pause, and then say, how do we do this differently going forward? And I think that's the key behind the social justice, the social, environmental, and economic justice that comes out of a changed way of thinking about how we access opportunity and services. We can stay in a transport paradigm which is moving people and goods, or we can shift to an access to opportunity paradigm, which is actually providing safe and affordable accessibility to everything. But it requires that every single authority, from a local level to a district level to a provincial level to national level, actually really commit to doing it. And we've got many policies that have been speaking to that in many places, and we just haven't done it. We've reinforced apartheid spatial planning, which has just driven us to a transport system that is very, very ineffective. It may be in places efficient, but it's ineffective. And we've got to look for effectiveness rather than efficiency as the only solution. So it's an effective system that serves everybody safely and justly, which is efficient then. So we must broaden the conversation to include the other aspects. And the critical thing is that we can't carry on building road capacity to address congestion issues. We've got to spend that money differently. And that goes to speaking about reinstating and expanding the train services, which is our most affordable means of transport other than walking and cycling. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Right.
You'll take you next.
Thank you so much. Kesapila Elephant, Jomoran local municipality in the Northern Cape, Kuruman. I have just a bit of a concern when we talk about the mitigation and looking at the climate change and the factors that are involved in. And one of the most key elements is that we hardly look at the cause and effect. With the organizations that are involved, or especially the private sector, is there an engagement in terms of contribution towards this? Because if you would look at the climate change, you'd find that most of the effects, and if you talk about transportation, the cost will be from the private sector. And so what is the engagement with regards to that? You look at your neighboring countries, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, all our neighboring countries, and you look at the mode of vehicles that they use, and most of those vehicles, they come in South Africa. And in terms of the manufacturer, from where they are manufactured, there is a specific kilos that they need to be driven before they are imported to those countries, because now in their countries they have an effect to the climate change, and now they are being transported and being sold in our neighboring countries, affecting automatically our country. Has that been taken also into consideration as well? So there are a lot of factors that we need to look at in terms of this, because now if we come up with mitigating factors, we also need to look at the cause and the effect, and also looking at the cost that goes with those changes that we need to make within the issue of climate change and the accountability as well. Who's going to benefit as well within this? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. It actually reminded me that I did not answer one of the previous questions about the affordability and the timing of this infrastructure. And your question is spot on. Is how do we do this? When do we do it? What is it going to cost us? What are the benefits? Where are we going to get the funding? Like, these are the kinds of questions that we have to process. And we don't, as the PCC, have answers to all of these questions. But we are trying to think about it and get the right groups together. And it's likely the way that you will transition the EVs is that the most of the early transition will happen in big cities. Right. So the 900,000 vehicles are going to happen in Durban, Joburg, and Cape Town, and Bloemfontein, and so on, and not probably in the early stages in rural areas, and certainly not north of our borders. And then the infrastructure that's required, chargers, etc. We need about 350,000 charging points by 2030 to sustain those electric vehicles. And there's opportunity there, right? Make the chargers here, install them with local people. There are potentially revenue opportunities for municipality. If someone's charging at a fast charger in your municipality, there's a premium to be made on that energy. And so the business models and how we implement this are really important. But obviously, it's going to be more difficult to implement in municipalities that don't have a good revenue base. Right, the poorer, more rural municipalities are going to find this harder to do, and so the big question that our means of implementation team are thinking about is, how do we deploy scarce stimulus resources? Right, you've only got so much government money, you've only got so much concessional finance from the international community. How do you deploy that in a way that maximizes impact? And one of those places is going to have to be in sort of cash-strapped municipalities. How do we support them to transition? They can't borrow money. They're quite constrained in what they can and can't do. And so we need different kinds of models for different kinds of local government entities so that we can make some progress. As I said, we don't pretend to have all of the answers, but what we hope to do in a conversation like this is to understand your challenges better. We craft solutions together. We do what we can to help build support for you. There was one more question, and then I'm going to show 2 slides, and then I'm going to break.
Thanks, Steve. Greetings, colleagues. My name is Thulasizwe Masuku from DFFE. It's not a question per se. I was just thinking, given the fact that we all models are wrong, and we don't have anything to work with except them, and obviously they are associated with uncertainties that we might not be able to think about them now. I think we should, I don't know how, but think of a way that a list of assisting measures that we can use, and in a case whereby issues or any problems that may come can be addressed. I don't know whether you get my point, but thanks.
Yeah, no, we agree. We agree. I mean, the challenges on the uncertainty, some of the things that we've started to think about is they're quite directional. And so although we don't know exactly how big the impact will be, we know that it's going to be negative or positive, right? And so we can start to kind of think about risk in that context. And sort of, my personal view is that the risk is much lower in the faster transition scenarios than in the slower transition scenarios. But again, we can't quantify that perfectly, but we have a sense of how that works. But it's a good observation. Okay, I'm going to quickly run through 2 slides because I want to help us think about, or 3 slides. I want us to help us think about the equity of that carbon budget. Remember, we've been talking about 10, we've been talking about 9, we've been talking about 8. What's fair, right? And just to maybe shock us a little bit, all countries have to reduce their emissions. So this was a study done by the World Bank. If only the rich countries reduce their emissions, we still end up with quite high temperature changes. So all countries have to reduce their emissions. It's the pace at which you can reduce your emissions. Now, we've talked about a local carbon budget, but the science on the global carbon budget is quite well established and understood. And basically, for our carbon budget to stay below 1.5 degrees, a 50% chance, coin flip, of staying below 1.5 degrees. This was in early 2024, yeah, beginning of this year. We had 275 gigatons of carbon emissions left globally. Right? For a 50% chance of 1.7 degrees, we had 625 gigatons, and for 2 degrees, 1,150 gigatons. Okay? Bearing in mind that South Africa contributes between 0.5 and 0.6% of global GDP, right? And 0.7% and 0.8% of global population, right? So roughly. So a 9 gigaton or an 8 gigaton share of 275 would be 3% of the remaining global carbon budget for the world. A 9 gigaton would be 3.3%, and a 10 gigaton would be 3.6%. So if we were to argue for a 9 gigaton budget as our fair share, we would be saying we as a country deserve 3.3% of the global budget, 5 times more than our economic and or population contribution. Right? Is it fair? I don't know. We have huge levels of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, right? So it's a conundrum. If we were going for a 1.5 degree world, we would be 1.3% of the remaining budget if we had an 8 gigaton, 1.4% for 9 gigaton, and 1.6% for the 10 gigaton. Does that make sense? So when we say the best we can do is 9 gigatons, we're saying we deserve a big chunk of the global carbon budget, or we're saying we don't think we can get to 1.5, we think it's more likely we get to 1.7, which means higher climate impacts, right? And if every country in the world thinks we're special, we deserve the bigger chunk, we're heading for 3 degrees. Right? Does it make sense? And this is kind of the challenge. And every country in the world has that same challenge, right? So this is the pace at which the world will have to decrease for us to kind of roughly stay in 1.5 degrees. And so we're not unique in that way. Every country is trying to think about, well, how do we do this? And how do we go? I'm not going to go through all of the slides, but just to show you what's there, this is how the NDCs around the world are measured. So everybody's behind. I think there was a question online about this. Everybody is behind the targets they need to set, which makes sense because the global stock take says we're not going to get to 1.5 degrees. We're going to get to somewhere between 2.1 and 2.9, right? And so we're all missing just a little bit, which means we're going to be 2.5 degrees. So what we've got to try to do is everybody has to enhance their ambition, getting back to setting that NDC level in order for us to stay below 1.5, or we have to accept, well, we might go to 1.7, which means a lot more adaptation and a lot more disaster response. Okay, there's other things there of interest, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you for your excellent comments and questions. So we are now running a little bit behind, or even a little bit more behind than we were running behind before. And so the engagement has been great. So we'll hand over to Kwezi, who's going to talk to us about means of implementation. So how do we start to deliver on the things that we need to do? And if you remember, the end of the adaptation slide was we need to be able to predict what's going to happen. We need to be able to adapt, and we need to be able to recover. And we talked a lot about the potential pathways on the mitigation side. How do we fund it all? Tough question.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think firstly, just to thank you all for joining us today. I think it's been a very fruitful conversation, and I hope to sort of give it some sort of conclusion as I talk about the crucial topic of climate finance and other means of implementation. So my name is Kwezi Gazi. I work as a senior manager for climate finance and innovation at the PCC, and I will be taking you through this last part. And I really just want to start us off with perhaps what I call a reality check, and that is just to lay bare the fact that climate finance is an enormous need. And I think this is the case globally, and it means that South Africa is no exception. I think we're all aware that our investment requirements are quite large. I mean, the past colleagues that have been standing here have been talking to you about how vast these investment requirements are going to be. And while grants and public finance are scarce, I think it's important to note that we do still have significant potential if we leverage properly our policy instruments, as well as blend and mobilize diverse financing tools effectively. I think the primary goal here is to leverage every available sort of means of implementation, whether it's finance, whether it's capacity building, or technology transfer, to ensure that we meet our mitigation and adaptation targets. So the broader range of tools that are available to assist developing countries in achieving climate goals are listed in the slide. This is essentially the suite of tools that are required to aid implementation and to mobilize this climate finance that we keep talking about. And they include, obviously, your financial instruments. They also include your capacity building mechanisms, your technology transfer and policy frameworks around intellectual property and trade. I think there's a general understanding that the slower we mitigate our emissions is the more resources we will need for adaptation in the longer term. And I think this particular reality really drives home the fact that there is an urgency for both short-term strategies and long-term systemic reforms that Steve spoke to. So at the very first instance, we have the JET-P package. And this is where the IPG made an initial pledge of $8.5 billion to finance the JET-IP, which, if I might add, had a need of $98 billion. So falling very short on what our actual need was. And I think we can all agree that this particular agreement was sort of like the ultimate catalyst in the climate finance conversation that we ultimately started having as South Africa. And I think it continues to sort of be a point of spirited conversations around, funding and climate finance and flows and all of that. But there are other instruments as well and other means of implementation where, for instance, the UNFCCC's Technology Committee, as well as the Technology Center, are mandated to expedite the transfer of sustainable and other climate-friendly technologies to regions such as ours, where, we are most vulnerable to climate change impacts. And then lastly, on the issue of capacity building, I think South Africa has quite sufficiently embraced partnerships and collaborations with some developed countries. I mean, an example I can think of at the top of my head is sort of a collaboration or partnership that we have with the German government through the GIZ-funded Just SA initiative. And I think partnerships such as this one, again, are imperative for the strengthening of our capacity to enable us to advance our just transition. Then moving on to the next slide. So in as far as things stand, and I think especially from the view of, a lot of developing countries, we can all agree that the developed nations have not sufficiently done well, or have rather failed to meet some of these previous commitments that we've spoken about. For instance, with the $100 billion annual pledge that was made back in COP15 in Copenhagen, I think it was back in 2009, where the objective was to reach this goal by 2020, that particular goal only materialized in 2022 for the first time. And obviously this marks, huge progress. And while everyone celebrated when we did achieve this goal, I think it does highlight that there are some systemic inefficiencies within the global financial context. And this leads many to believe that the international financial architecture as it stands is not necessarily fit for purpose. Which then leads us to understanding that as developing nations, but as South Africa in particular, we must recognize our own challenges, such as our limited capacity to absorb and to utilize large grants. We obviously have a number of recent interventions, such as the Bridgetown Initiative, and now recently the COP29 discussions on the finance architecture reform, which do offer us some potential avenues to address some of these barriers. In as far as understanding our own context as South Africa, I think we've made a lot of progress through the development of the JET-P, which I spoke about earlier on. We also developed the JET investment plan, which ultimately led to the implementation plan, which really highlighted priority areas and sectors that we need to focus on in South Africa for the next 5 years. And now, most recently, the president also announced the establishment of the Climate Change Response Fund, the CCRF. And I think because, again, our NDC approach is going to depend largely on these means of implementation, where we continuously develop financial instruments, capacity building measures, and other means such as technology transfer. Ultimately, we are going to need these to advance our progress and to ultimately meet these NDC targets. We must be clear on what the actual investment need is going to be for us to reach our net zero ambitions. I think another significant step that we have taken as South Africa is the attempt to quantify how much exactly we are going to need at different stages and at different carbon budgets for us to achieve our net zero target. And as you can see on the slide, the different investment need is shown through different models from different entities. But what is very clear is that even for the 2030 target, in all of these models, we are already in the trillions in terms of investment need. We do also know that this comes at a time when our government balance sheets are heavily constrained and simply unable to support this level of investment need. If you look at the 2050 sort of need, I think it's quite preposterous to think about because it's quite large. So then how then do we justify our ambition with all of these constraints? So one example, I think that's been adopted throughout, the global context, and I think something that South Africa is also starting to think about, is the effective use of blended finance. So this is where we would combine grants, concessional loans, guarantees, and technical assistance to allow us to create financial packages that de-risk some of our investments, that also help us to attract private capital and make these ambitious transitions, such as our own, a little more feasible. So, for example, our Just Energy Transition Investment Plan actually uses this type of model. However, I think it's important for us to caution that this is not going to be a silver bullet, as it doesn't fully meet all our needs. And that is why capacity building, especially at municipal level, remains such an imperative and a cornerstone to our successful implementation. We often speak about the quantity of finance that is needed, but I think something that Steve has been, sort of like trying to discuss with us and speak to us about is another crucial aspect, which is on the quality of finance and how we leverage the quality of finance that we ultimately leverage, but also the quality of the spend of that finance. I think though we may be able to get our house in order and perhaps leverage, all these different types of revenues from, your income tax, your trade driven revenues, your other earnings and private investments, I think it's going to be important to note that the debt that we do ultimately raise in this context of climate finance should not be debt that is used for consumption, but rather debt that is used in a productive way, where ultimately it increases our revenue as a country, allowing us firstly to be able to pay off that said debt, and then secondly, to also be able to free up some of our funds so that we can have an increase in social spending. And that then lends itself again to the justice element of the transition. So on this slide, I think just on the issue of demand and supply of finance and the scarcity of public finance, there does need to be a lot of innovation, as well as some systemic interventions that will, one, de-risk some of these hard to finance aspects and sectors, to be able to attract, again, private investment and to create an enabling environment where we're starting to see free flow of investment within our ecosystem. So this particular slide sort of highlights that particular ecosystem, showing the interdependencies between the different stakeholders in our ecosystem and the different push and pull factors that will ultimately allow us to use this scarce grant and concessional finance to build our strong institutions, to increase our absorptive capacity, but also to scale up our investment. So you see in sort of like the flow of what's happening within this current system, you can see that if government provides, say, policy clarity and they create stability and they offer incentives, this then encourages your project developers to come up with credible and bankable projects that the funders can then finance, and this ultimately ends up in increased revenue back again for the government. And this again, to just highlight that, there's a systemic nature here, and this sort of like ecosystem really does have a lot of interdependencies, and you pull one thing, it pushes an effect on another thing. So that is quite important to just communicate. And then on the relationship between risk, available instruments, as well as cash flow, I think it's also quite important to understand how these three elements interplay in the mobilization of climate finance. I think as we know that high levels of perceived risk, whether that is due to regulatory uncertainty, whether it's due to immature technologies or rather the lack of technology advancement, market volatility, or really project-specific factors, these factors often deter private investment. And addressing these risks through targeted financial instruments is key to unlocking capital flows. So this is a stage in project development where you would employ instruments such as grants, such as venture capital, and what we call sweat equity. And this is the type of financing that is going to allow you as a project developer to conduct things such as research and development, where you are essentially proving your concepts and validating whether or not an intervention that you think of is actually an idea that will work, that is viable, and that will be able to achieve the scale that's needed. So as you progress in different development stages, there are other instruments such as guarantees, concessional loans, equity investments, and other types of grants that serve distinct purposes in managing and mitigating this risk. So for example, guarantees are used or can be used to reduce risk for private lenders, while concessional loans do offer, lower costs of capital and therefore making projects a lot more viable. So ultimately, our most ideal situation, I think, in South Africa, but I think as other sort of consumers of capital, is where we are able to employ, different instruments to reduce our risk and to lower our cost of capital, because this then allows us to improve our cash flows, making these investments a lot more attractive to the investors that we would like to attract. So for instance, with municipal infrastructure projects, a project that might have been considered, too risky, or that it gives off, a very low yield or low returns, can actually become bankable when it is blended with de-risking instruments such as guarantees or concessional finance. And then finally, I just want to say that every climate investment project is going to be unique. And it's going to require sort of like a tailored approach to how you balance your risk, your instruments, and ultimately your cash flow. And this is where you're going to need this innovation that we're talking about around financial structuring, but also innovation in how you are forming these partnerships between your public, your private, and your multilateral actors and the financial ecosystem. So we have spoken a lot about the global context and how we as a country fit into that particular context, given our need and our constraints. And now I just want to speak about what we have done as a country as we start thinking about, you know, these contextual interventions that take into account all these considerations. So our journey towards net zero is going to rely on the creation of instruments. I think we've spoken about that, and frameworks that respond to our particular needs. And the JIP and the mechanisms such as the Just Transition Financing Mechanism, the JTFM, show that while we do have gaps that still exist, I think scalable solutions are somewhat starting to fall into place. So South Africa is starting to think about what can be done with what we have. And the challenge here will really be on how do we maximize the impact of these interventions through better collaboration, coordination, but also through clever resource allocation. So the JIP, for instance, has a municipal chapter, part of which focuses on capacity building at municipalities, using the grants as a key component. And then this becomes obviously very critical for stakeholders, especially in this room, as it considers the huge role that municipalities are going to play in the implementation of the just transition. And then the JTFM basically looks at leveraging the existing ecosystem to create, firstly, a decentralized but coordinated approach, and ultimately a centralized function or mechanism to finance the just and social aspects of just transition projects, and really focusing on the aggregation and the scaling of projects using bottom-up approaches. So really some project development emanating from municipalities, but also community-based organizations. And I mean, in the JTFM, we make, you know, a number of recommendations, but I think I want to focus on 4 key functions that we focused on as something that needs to happen for us to enable this transition, just transition financing ecosystem. So we, at the very first instance, want to, you know, focus on how do we assess and ultimately determine that projects are actually just transition projects. I think this is going to be important as, you know, a lot of, I think we've seen with the green projects where there's a lot of greenwashing. People say that things are not necessarily what they are. So we do want to ensure that there is a set assessment criteria that is going to be able to tag and make a determination of whether or not certain projects are actually just transition projects. And then secondly, how do we develop and then prep these projects to ensure that they get to a stage where they are bankable and able to stimulate interest from funders? Thirdly, how do we use the blending and structuring of finance to de-risk some of these projects from municipalities, for example, to make them more viable, and to ultimately, how do we then match these viable projects to available funding? So 4 very, I think, critical functions that seek to advance the financing of the transition at scale and for the long-term need attached to our net zero goals. And then the JET funding platform is also, I think, at the very first instance, a launch pad of one of these functions, because it carries the function of matchmaking, which is one of the functions of the JTFM. So really looking to matchmake financiers as well with available projects that are seeking funding. And I think this will obviously also tie back to the fact that these need to be bottom-up approaches. So still projects emanating from municipalities, from community organizations, as well as small businesses. I think noting the urgency and the need, it is obviously imperative that we do all we can with the urgency that is needed, and with the availability of the grants through the JP package, how do we stimulate this particular function and then take from these learnings and fine-tune and solidify a longer-term initiative that is sustainable and scalable to where it is needed the most, right? And then I want to just speak briefly on the CCRF as well, which is currently in the development stage. I think the CCRF is really going to start emphasizing the challenge of being able to finance these high risk but very low return interventions, because it speaks mostly to climate disasters, speaks mostly to adaptation, and what we as a country can do to ensure that once those disasters do happen, people are able to build back better. And I think this is something that the adaptation team would have spoken in length about. So I think just to speak about exactly what is currently happening in South Africa in terms of climate finance flows. The PCC last year released a report, which was called the Climate Finance Landscape Mapping Report. So this was a piece of work that sought to track climate finance flows in South Africa between 2019 and 2021. And I think this report did the different things, right? And one of these things was to allow us to have a clearer picture of what is actually happening in terms of flows, in terms of monetary terms, right? And then secondly, it helped us to basically be able to situate ourselves as a country and see where the gap is in terms of where we are, in terms of what we're able to actually get flowing, and in terms of where we want to get, and really just understanding what that gap is going to be. And then additionally, I think another important aspect or another point is that this particular report really helped us to understand which aspects of this ecosystem that we're talking about will need strengthening, which aspect of the ecosystem will need a lot more support and stimulation, right? And I mean, from this particular report, we found quite interesting insights, with the first being that we were able to mobilize around, on average, 131 billion annually. And this is noting that this is a period that includes 2 years that were firmly inundated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So to be able to have sort of that sight and to be able to see that even with that challenge, South Africa was able to mobilize that much. It's not nearly enough, but it's something, right? And then I think another interesting insight was the fact that about 90% of those flows were actually flows that came from the South African domestic capital markets. And I think what this does is really demolish the narrative that our transition is firstly Western funded, and that we are incapable as a country to achieve whatever ambition that we have set without being heavily reliant on foreign aid and foreign capital sources. So to achieve our targets, I think it's very important just to note that we must align our domestic and international financing strategies across mitigation and adaptation goals. It's not just about the mix or the financial mix, but it also it's really important for us to focus also on the dynamics of between the public and private sector engagement. And just noting that South Africa has really made strides in mobilizing private finance, but we do need to scale this quite substantially. As I conclude, I think it's important for us to focus on what we need from the said global climate finance architecture, our international partners, but also our own domestic institutions for us to achieve whatever it is that we ultimately set as our next NDC target. I think principles such as, this ecosystem development, fiscal alignment, risk mitigation should really guide our recommendations and what we perceive as next steps for us as a country. I think we also need to be alive to the fact that we are going to need to mobilize a lot of private sector investments, even for municipal and other public sector projects. there does need to be a lot more collaboration if we are to scale up financing to the need that we have. We do also need a solid domestic and international mix of this kind of financing. But also we need a fair split between mitigation and adaptation flows and allocations, as well as a solid public and private finance sort of collaborative approach. I'm going to stop here, Steve. Thank you very much. I hope we have a bit more time to take questions, but thank you. Yes, Hlengiwe, please come through and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Hlengiwe Khadewe from C40 Cities. Just a question around finances. As you said, internationally, they haven't been quite good at meeting the goals that are needed for the amount that is needed to be able to meet our NDCs. So is there a way in the NDC to map out if we don't get this amount from the international committee, this is what you will only be able to achieve, or is there, or are we planning to say if we are not able to get international finance, we ourselves at home will be able to raise it ourselves? I hope I make sense.
Yes, thank you, Hlengiwe. So essentially give them an ultimatum. Joking. I'll take more questions and then we can respond after. Yes, please come through.
Wow, this is quite exciting. I will start with the role of our municipalities. I feel if it's not negligence, it could be ignorance in terms of taking this process forward. Most of the impact on the just transition is on the municipality or at the local level, wherever the industry is. So what I want to check in terms of your scalability, what are the mitigation factors in terms of punishing those companies or those institutions which are already emitting the gases or the effects on climate? Are we punishing them? If we're punishing them, how is it done? Can it just fall within our fundraising scale up? The other issue is how do we take this information at a grassroots level, especially from the municipality, where I found that we seem to be very good at policy level, where we're developing the policy that we need to implement on the ground. So for me, it's how do we now come up with the 3 spheres where we clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the policy at national level and the implementation footprint or sector at the municipality? Because there seems to be blur issues along those lines, that who is supposed to do what, where. So if we speak of collaboration, already we have mine dumps that are causing us a lot of hurt. What is the mitigation that is there? And what is it that we're going to do with the kind of land? Is the punitive measures? And if they are there, how? So I'm talking to the fundraising part of money, because whoever has caused the damage is not even here in the country, is elsewhere. So as it comes back to bite us as South Africans, what are those mitigation factors that we have to say, you are the one who has caused the damage, come back or pay back? The last one, which is interesting for me, it's where the domestication of the process is coming into the system. To say, if we look into the systems that are already existing, are they compatible? Are they workable? And if they are not workable, it means we need to start somewhere, or we must have parallel processes at the moment, so that come that 2035 or 2040, we know that the parallel process have moved us from A to B. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There's a question at the back. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. My name is Freedom Kuna. My question stems from the Copyright Act 57 of 1988 with regards to licensing rights. does the PCC have channels in place or mechanisms in terms of obtaining licensing rights without infringing the current intellectual property in terms of utilizing it with regards to just transformation? And secondly, what role can the youth play with regards to just transformation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't see any hands. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my principals in the room to take some of these questions. Steve, I think I'll start with you on the question from Hlengiwe around whether the NDC allows for us to have, a section that basically lays bare the fact that if we do not get such support, this is something that we might not achieve, or this is as far as we can go in our journey.
I mean, we certainly can, at least from the PCC side, frame our recommendations in that way. I think it would be very hard to get to very specific levels of support required. So typically in the NDC, it's framed more generically that without support, without specifying necessarily that support, we would, however, like to move in the direction, and particularly on the adaptation side, and being able to identify the kind of expenditure that's required and therefore the support that is required. But as I say, it's quite difficult to get to a very specific number. So it would probably be expressed more generically than to say we need this amount or else. We would say something like, in the region of this kind of support, we would be able to move faster. That makes sense.
Thank you for that, Hlengiwe. I hope you've been answered. I want to see if we have any questions online before I move on to the next questions. We don't. Okay. So I'm going to pass this one on to Deepak. And this question is particularly around, is there any sort of punishment for companies that are not necessarily following the rules and complying with what our national objectives are in terms of climate change?
Compliance is required in a number of areas in terms of existing legislation. And I think colleagues will be aware that where really large corporations transgress those emissions standards that are contained in law, in the emissions regulations, have applied, for example, to the Minister for Condonation. And there's been a fairly well publicized condonation set of findings more recently, for example, with respect to ESCOM, as well as with respect more recently to SASOL. That is then covered in that part of the law now. We also know that South Africa has a carbon tax, and that carbon tax introduced quite a few years ago was signaled for increase in the taxable value of CO2 emissions. And I think while those CO2 carbon tax collections go into the general fiscus, and although National Treasury is not really open to ring fencing those for specific uses, as the PCC, we want to keep that discussion open, because one other mechanism to channel those high emissions, let's just say tax penalties, would in fact be towards potentially just transition as well as corporate transition approaches. But there isn't a mechanism in the current budgetary framework to ring fence income flows into the General Revenue Fund. I think the speaker also talked more particularly about mining dumps, and I would imagine that includes unrehabilitated land at the end of life of a mine or mine closure. This is a big issue that the PCC really wants to focus on going forward in the following way. Quite often you will find that miners who have a legislative requirement to create rehabilitation sinking funds fail to do so, and at the end of their mining operation simply abandon the mine and abscond. That should be handled in terms of, I'm afraid to say, the law and order issues. And we can debate whether, in fact, law and order works in our country to a level that we are happy with or not. However, what we as the PCC have asked the DMRE to do is compile a list of land that is registered in their books. What we have also earmarked as a potential source of alternative livelihoods at the local level is, in fact, a land rehabilitation program, which in the first instance gives employment opportunities in the rehabilitation process, but more importantly, making that land accessible to local communities and in particular women to be able to generate from either owning the asset or being able to work those assets, alternative livelihoods, particularly in the Mpumalanga region as coal mines close and coal-fired power stations close. Municipal issues, I think, are well documented, and Kwezi, you're best placed to talk about the work that we have done in the last 6 or 8 months around assisting, firstly, by assessing the state of readiness of municipalities on a pilot project basis, and secondly, moving into a phase of trying to assist with the conceptualization of just energy transition plans as municipalities gear up. Final point, I guess, I want to make is the role of municipalities in the schema of the 3 spheres of government. I think there's the first level of role, and that is constitutionally defined, and we know that municipalities occupy a constitutionally protected space, but also an obligation for service delivery, which we know across the country to various degrees is failing to be met. In this context, the Climate Change Act referred to earlier by the Salga speaker more clearly articulates from a climate response point of view what the roles of national, provincial up to a point, but certainly municipal government is in order to plan for, report on, and in fact account for progress in its own climate response strategies across the 3 spheres, but most particularly national and municipal.
Thank you for that, Deepak. I think you've also answered our next question on sort of like how do we navigate and filter this information to the 3 spheres of government. I want to move on to the next question, which is around the domestication of this process. I think the question was really centered around whether we think the current systems that exist sufficiently work. I think I touched on the importance of sort of like leveraging and strengthening these ecosystems that we have. And I think the JTFM in particular makes reference to the fact that there is already an existing ecosystem and really tries to drive forward the fact that these particular aspects and players within the ecosystem have different roles. So how do we ensure that each of these players within their different mandates are incorporating the just transition? And I think this question is sort of something that we were constantly trying to advance and trying to understand is how best do we strengthen our institutions and strengthen the system as it is. I think we've spoken in detail about sort of the global financial system and how it hasn't necessarily worked, but also just trying to find ways and interventions for South Africa to enable its own sort of, stimulation towards strengthening its own system. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to add on to that. If not, I'm going to move on to Simpiwe with an online question.
Got 2 questions. There was a hand from Gordon Lang and another hand from Karina Singh. Karina, can you speak, and then Gordon will follow after you. Karina? Gordon, can you pose your question in the meantime?
Thanks, Mpumi. I did sort of type a brief one of it in the chat. I think a critical, again, thanks for the opportunity to speak. A critical issue is and we touched on it earlier on, and it sort of runs as a theme through everything, is the conflation of green and what we're trying to achieve, which is sustainability at a broader sense in terms of both climate change. And one of the conversations that we're not really having is the whole, I mean, many people in the room will be aware of the 9 planetary boundaries and how we've transgressed 6 of them, and how biodiversity, to which we've also a signatory, the biodiversity framework, the international biodiversity framework, to which South Africa is also a signatory, is part of the conversation. So often we end up in a conversation around climate change and driving the climate issues, whereas there are many other issues that are as important, if not on the horizon as much as. So it's really a polycrisis we're sitting in. And that came out in the State of the Climate report, where that was recognized and saying that climate change is but one of the issues that we're facing. So while we speak about climate change, the overall just transition needs to also embrace and consider the other issues that are coming at us, many of which affect people in many different ways. Food security, for instance, is the biodiversity issue at many levels. But specifically on the transport side, we've got the green transport strategy, which has got this 5% goal in it. And I am aware that there's conversation around updating the green transport strategy. And I think this goes to all the authorities, is that we should step away from green transport towards sustainable transport, of which green transport is a component. And the green transport speaks to what Steve touched on earlier on, is the improved side of things. And the shift and avoid are key departure points. The critical issue in all of this is that we cannot wait any longer to institute the others, even though they are difficult. So in many instances, I think what we've got to do is say it's not either or. It's definitely not either or. It's both and. And how do we rapidly start the process of the stuff that goes beyond green, which in many ways is a business and industry focus. And we've got to take it to the social and environmental focus in terms of the sustainable side of things. And the linkage between that and the ability of access planning to unlock opportunity for all is so critical in all of this. So I think it's not so much a question as an observation with a possible question sitting in that. But I think there are 2 things sitting in there. One is, how quickly is the green transport strategy going to be updated to become the sustainable transport strategy? And in terms of the just transition in transport, how do we take that conversation broadly? Because, and Steve touched on that in his presentation, is we need many voices in the room. And if we've got to look at that process and say, well, how do we do this? How do we broaden that discussion conversation to beyond just the transport planners, and how do we engage with others around that?
Thank you very much, Gordon. So, Simpu, I don't know if you want to input any comments there. I've noted that he said it's just input, not necessarily a question, but just things to ponder. I do want to take one last question that was coming from Mr. Nkuna around the Copyright Act and whether the PCC has any channels to enable the acquisition of licenses. I'm not sure if Steve or Deepak would like to take that. Steve, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, just to say that everything the PCC produces is meant for public consumption. So we're a public interest organization. All of this research, for example, that we've commissioned is available on our website. When we use research of other institutions, we make sure we reference it. There's no IP requirement there. But yeah, if you want to use the work that we do, you're more than welcome, and just requires a reference as you would normally in any research program. We're not producing any technology or anything like that, so there's no intellectual property in that sense. But if we've missed anything from a copyright perspective, it's accidental, and we will correct it if you point it out.
Thank you, Deepak, and then I'm going to take one last hand, 2 hands quickly.
Just a quick addition to what Steve has said. We're open book in all respect. Even what would have normally been closed commission meetings are openly aired to the public. So in contemporary parlance, we're open source. Of course, if you do use some of the material, we would prefer attribution. But the issue of IP is a global issue. And I just wanted to draw our attention to the fact that we will continue to advocate for IP that is seen as competitive advantage, particularly in companies and in countries, particularly in the developed North, but also increasingly in places like China. If we are to have a collegial and a global response to climate change through the utilization of transitions, then that IP and that technology must be made available cross-border on a much more open basis than the market currently allows.
Thank you for that, Deepak. I'm going to move on to that table for the last two hands.
Thanks, Kwesi, for that presentation. I think when you start talking finance, everyone is interested. And I think, lack of capacity at municipal level or local government has been cited as a hindrance when it comes to implementation of climate action. And I think, the SALGA has done studies to look at the municipal readiness in terms of implementation of climate action when they're looking at the capacity. So, and I just want to find out, because I know that the Climate Change Act, it's seeking to institutionalize climate change. And what that means is that, the Act recognized the need to have capacity in terms of driving, climate action at local level. So, but now the climate change is currently not a funded mandate. And as a result, most municipalities don't really have officials who are responsible for climate change. And I just want to check with the PCC, what's your take on that, and what support are you thinking to provide in terms of supporting local government in terms of capacity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take the last question and then we'll respond.
Okay, thanks again. I think my question will also be the addition on the question on the clarity which Mr. Mamecha want to get. Mine will be more on the readiness when we look at your pilot programs which you had. I'm looking at the grants or the concessions loans, which obviously the government will be getting or anywhere. How do the municipalities are ready in terms of maybe the pilot project which you have done so far to get to apply for those concessions loans or grants, and then also in terms of whether they can able to pay back, because we have an issue in terms of how other concession loans, depending on other programs which municipality has, you find that it put municipalities in a burden, especially with credit which they have to pay, and then a lot of interest rates which they have to pay back. How will that also discourage municipality maybe to apply those concession loans, looking at maybe their past experience, and then how will that also affect that just transition in terms of making sure that we address the issues of climate change? Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think this is a nice way to sort of conclude, just answering the question around what we found in terms of the support that we've been offering to municipalities. Just very briefly, the PCC has been embarking on this pilot project called the Municipal JET Support Program, really emanated from the consultations that we had on the JET IP, where we were developing a critical appraisal of that JET IP. And I think what some of the feedback that we got from different stakeholders that we were consulting with was the need for us to capacitate and support municipalities. So I think in the very first instance, there was an understanding that we needed to be able to stimulate the development of credible projects at municipal level, right? Because that is where the implementation is ultimately going to fall. And I think in our conceptualization of sort of like this program, having sat with other partners within the ecosystem again, that are doing work within the municipal landscape, was really the understanding that you can't start off with the project development. You really need to understand what the root causes of some of the, issues are. So that's why we then chose to do an initial study where we were assessing the state of readiness of municipalities and really trying to understand what are the critical issues that are preventing municipalities from being able to firstly develop these projects, but also conceptualize projects that are going to be sustainable and are going to speak, especially now, to the outcomes of the JET. And I think we have a lot of insights that we have gotten from this particular pilot. We are currently in the process of producing a PCC report, which will synthesize all of the information and the insights and data that we have gotten from this particular study, and ultimately make inferences and generalizations about what the municipal landscape in South Africa currently is and what municipalities need to do to get them to a place where they're able to be ready to respond to the JET. And then in terms of readiness and being able to apply for financing, I think this is going to be a very long process, and we've done that by design to ensure that municipalities are not just knocking on the doors of supply side of finance with projects that are not even going to succeed, right? We need something that is going to be sustainable, a process that municipalities are going to have to follow to ensure that by the time they get to that point and they're applying for these guarantees and concessional loans, they're actually in a place where they are able to receive them and make use of them in a sustainable way. So colleagues, I'm going to close off. I think that's me concluding. Thank you very much. You've been an incredible crowd.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't take long. Just to thank you from our side, just to remind you that this is the beginning of a conversation rather than the end of a conversation. We welcome ongoing comms with you. If you want to send us emails, you're most welcome, but we will also be convening the next round of dialogues in Feb, and we are running similar kinds of processes with each of our social partners. So we've had sessions with labor and civil society. We have a session with business on Friday, and we are meeting youth on Saturday. So there was a question earlier about engagement with the youth. And we're learning through the process, taking notes, and we really appreciate your attendance and your active engagement. Please do join us for lunch. We have a lunch outside, and you can chat to the team more. And otherwise, we will see you at the next session. Thank you very much.